Welcome, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions. I'm your host, James P. Madonna, and I hope everyone had a pleasant week. We are into, we just surpassed the first week of December 2023, and like it normally occurs every year at this time, people are frantically and obsessively running around like a chicken without a head, being suckers for the deceptive American retail system, spending money that they don't have, okay, charging up their credit cards for Christmas presents that in most cases will not be thoroughly appreciated, at least not to your face. I mean, behind your back, they won't be appreciated. But anyway, nothing in the New Testament told people that you have to shower everyone with gifts, that you have to spend all kinds of money in a rip-off, corrupt, crooked capitalist system, spending lots of money in being deceived by retail advertisements, being lied to. Nothing in the New Testament tells people that you have to do that. Jesus never said it. You know, what did the three wise men bring to Bethlehem? Well, from what I understand, gold. I don't know how much, but gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Which, by the way, smells unbelievably wonderful. And it's good for chasing evil spirits away. Butch Willie stopped by. Hey, how are you, Butch Willie? How are you this Saturday? The weather is teasing us over here in northeastern New Jersey. I like cold weather. And it goes from mild to freezing temperatures, back to mild again. But when I say mild, I mean like mild where you really don't need any heat. But I like it cold. I think it's refreshing. The air for breathing purposes is clear, crisp, and clean. Okay, I'm a little upset Mr. Theoret hasn't joined in a while. Well, you talking about Ronald J. Theriot from South Eastern Louisiana? No, he's sleeping. He does Dawn Busters at like 5:30 a.m. It's his bedtime. And then he watches football. You know, when I do the Sunday afternoon show, he's watching football. So if it isn't college football, it's NFL. So he hasn't been around in a while. But when he does come on the show, we have some really great discussions on history. He's a great historian, and I always loved history. And he was a history professor. He's a retired history teacher. I was chatting with him today for a while. Yeah, I just want to say I was pretty shocked that, and I felt really rotten that the Phillies they lost to the Diamondbacks after they beat, not to the end. They beat them. I don't even think it went to Game 7 with the Atlanta Braves, did it? They beat the team that had the best record in baseball for the season, the Atlanta Braves, and they did a good job of it too. And it's like by the time they got to Arizona, it just took the wind out of their sails. You know, being that I'm a big old school Territory Days pro wrestling fan, I remember when the old Philadelphia Spectrum, right, the indoor arena had pro wrestling events and roller derby, the Philadelphia Warriors. I remember them, roller derby team. And people don't know this. The average person probably doesn't know this, but the Oakland Athletics were the Kansas City Athletics, but they were originally the Philadelphia Athletics. They played at Schreiber Field. I think it was called Schreiber Field. That became Connie Mack Stadium after he bought the team. I think it was called Schreiber. No, not Schroeb. Schreiber Field. And Philadelphia Athletics, yeah. I decided to boil organic fennel seeds with the chai tea. Very medicinal. And it has like an anise smell and flavor, you know, like a licorice or anise flavor. Well, let's sink our teeth into the first article, because we can go on and on. And well, we're going to banter when I'm done with the articles. When I bring my co-host, Mick Von Raven from Chicago, Illinois, on, and others, when I have a panel going, we're going to banter. It'll be open topic, red pill talk, open topic talk. Okay, let's see what we got going here. There we go. Now, since I like to be blinded by science, you know, like the 1980s song, Blind, he blinded me with science. Cracked piece of metal heals itself in experiment that stuns scientists. Kind of reminds me of that Terminator movie, right? Where it shape shifted into a metallic alloy, and then like it healed itself. File this under that's not supposed to happen. Scientists observed a metal healing itself, something never seen before. If this process can be fully understood and controlled, we could be at the start of a whole new era of engineering. Yeah, it'll put the auto body industry right out of business. My brother would be his business would go belly up. No more auto body because cars would heal themselves. Okay. Oh, I'm getting bombarded with these annoying ads. In a study published in July, a team from Sandia National Laboratories and Texas A&M University was testing the resilience of the metal using a specialized transmission electron microscope technique to pull the ends of the metal 200 times every second. They then observed the healing. They then observed the self-healing at ultra small scales in a 40 nanometer or nanometer thick piece of platinum suspended in a vacuum. Cracks caused by the kind of strain described above are known as fatigue damage. I know how that feels. Repeated stress and motion that causes microscopic breaks, eventually causing machines or structures to break. Amazingly, after about 40 minutes of observation, the crack in the platinum started to fuse back together and mend itself before starting again in a different direction. Okay. Pulling forces, red arrows, created a crack that healed, which is in the green, in platinum metal. Amazing, huh? Good old computer created images. Gotta love it. Gotta love science. This was absolutely stunning to watch firsthand, said materials scientist Brad Boyce from Sandia National Laboratories when the results were announced. We certainly weren't looking for it. What we have confirmed is that metals have their own intrinsic natural ability to heal themselves, at least in the case of fatigue damage at the nanoscale. These are exact conditions, and we don't know yet exactly how this is happening or how we can use it. However, if you think about the cost and effort required for repairing everything from bridges to engines to phones, there's no telling how much difference self-healing metals could make. Yeah, look at how long you have to wait, though. While the observation is unprecedented, it's not wholly unexpected. In 2013, Texas A&M University materials scientist Michael Demkowitz worked on a study predicting that this kind of nanocrack healing could happen, driven by the tiny crystalline grains inside metals essentially shifting their boundaries in response to stress. Demkowitz also worked on this latest study using updated computer models to show that his decade-old theories about metals' self-healing behavior at the nanoscale matched what was happening here. Let's see how long this article is. Okay, that the automatic mending process happened at room temperature is another promising aspect of the research. Metal usually requires lots of heat to shift its form, but the experiment was carried out in a vacuum. It remains to be seen whether the same process will happen in conventional metals in a typical environment. A possible explanation involves a process known as cold welding, which occurs under ambient temperatures whenever metal surfaces come close enough together for their respective atoms to tangle together. Typically, thin layers of air or contaminants interfere with the process. In environments like the vacuum of space, pure metals can be forced close enough together to literally stick. My hope is that this finding will encourage materials researchers to consider that under the right circumstances, materials can do things we never expected, says Demkowitz. The research was published in Nature. An earlier version of this article was published in July 2023. What the hell is this? Was that a mood ring or something? What the hell is that? Anyway, that's the first topic for this show. Let me bring up another topic. I got a couple of alpha male red pill. All right, let's do a little Chiseler's Hall of Shame about electric cars. 8 electric cars to avoid buying. Let's see. Good morning, my dear Masumi. Good morning. It is probably, let's see, 10:17 a.m. Sunday in southeastern Japan. So good morning to you, Masumi, and thank you for stopping by. Hey, Bart Robinson, good evening to you, sir. I hope you had a pleasant week, and I hope your weekend is going well. I started a new group community chat on the International Brotherhood of Polygons, involving old school, drug-free, safe exercise, nutrition, professional wrestling, old school professional wrestling talk. It started off good. I got into a pro wrestler came on board named Steven, and we started chatting before the show. So it was good. So anyway, I hope you're feeling better, because I remember when you got sick. I hope you have recovered from that affliction. You're very welcome, Masumi. Mr. Bart Robinson, I hope you recovered fine. Okay. What do we got here? I don't know, is this the article? Is this an article or an advertisement? See if this is it.
Well, the rise of EVs is taking a toll on fossil fuels. Global oil demand will now reach its peak by 2030, according to the International Energy Agency, which says the world will top out at 102 million barrels a day in the late 2020s. Yahoo Finance's Inez Ferre has been tracking this and has even more of the detail on this. Inez?
Yeah, Brad. And that IEA report talks about the fossil fuel markets, how they have been volatile. You've got the war in Ukraine, you've got the war in the Middle East, you also have climate change that's going on. So this analysis is taking a look at clean energy initiatives around the world when we talk about solar, wind, and electric vehicles, and how those clean energy initiatives are basically impacting the fossil fuel market. So for example, in 2020, 1 out of 25 cars sold around the world was electric. In 2023, that number is 1 out of 5. So those initiatives are definitely going forward, and we are seeing that impact. Now, there are challenges when it comes to clean energy investments, initiatives that comes through supply chain issues, cost inflation, which is what we've seen with a lot of these projects. It's almost like if you kind of think about your home renovation projects, they always cost more than what you budgeted for. And that is what we are seeing with this clean energy initiative, that a lot of these initiatives are costing more than what was anticipated, and they're taking longer than what was anticipated. But the bottom line from this analysis is basically that the momentum for these clean energy initiatives are enough that demand for coal, oil, and natural gas should reach a high point before 2030. So if you take a look at the energy mix, that share of coal, oil, and natural gas in the global energy supply, that's been stuck for decades at around 80%. That starts to edge downwards and reaches down to 73% by 2030. So despite the challenges, despite the conflicts, despite the volatility that we are seeing in the overall energy market, fossil fuel dependency is supposed to peak before 2030, guys.
And Ines, you briefly touched on this, but when we're discussing these green initiatives here from individual countries, I guess what are we seeing on a country-specific basis in terms of how that's tied then with the decline that we're seeing in fossil fuel usage?
Yeah, so this analysis took a look at the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act that was passed last year and the green initiatives in the U.S. And basically what it's saying is that 50% of new U.S. car registrations will be electric in 2030 because of this initiative. The other one is China, and China is the biggest consumer of energy by far when it comes to the, countries around the world. And China has its own green initiatives. It's been a leader when it comes to electric vehicles, with solar, with wind power. And if you take a look at China's GDP, if it continues to slow, as it is expected to slow down, then that will also bring down demand for fossil fuels going forward. So between the green initiatives that China is going through and also a slowdown in their GDP, you should also see fossil fuel demand slow down or come down because of China.
All right, something we will watch. Right, Ines Ferre, thanks.
Okay. Electric vehicles to avoid more than I thought. More than I thought. Complaints. Number 1, Mazda MX-30. Okay. See, the problem is that, okay, with vehicles, the technology that we're using today, which is the lithium battery. I mean, it's fine you having a lithium battery in your smartphone and with other appliances. That's okay. But with a vehicle, it just doesn't have the range that you need in a vehicle, you know, between charging. The range is still short. And it takes too damn long to charge. I mean, I hear stories where it takes a full half hour to completely charge the lithium battery in an electric vehicle. That's way too long. Okay, but these are electric vehicles that have issues. Not like mechanical issues, because I would love to see auto mechanics go belly up. I really I mean, they're a bunch of crooks. They're really. I don't know who's worse, a dentist or an auto mechanic. But anyway, it's other issues. Okay, so Mazda MX-30. Let's see. Has a minimal range. Okay, very minimal. Tesla Model X. Reliability issues have plagued it since 2017. Malfunctioning Falcon wing doors, tendency for the windshield to crack easily, fast draining batteries, see, there we go, and overall charging difficulties. I just mentioned that. Chevrolet Bolt. Okay, Chevy Bolts. Let's see, what's the problem here? Citing recalls for possible fire issues and subpar reliability ratings. Well, that figures. The American electric vehicle sucks. That doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. What is this here? Story continues. Ford, oh God, found road on dead. Ford Mustang Mach-E. Let's see. Oh, really? There's a tendency for this vehicle to shut down from the battery overheating, as well as starting issues. Found, like I said, found on road dead. Ford. It never ends. The curse never ends. Nissan Leaf. What a stupid name for a car. I mean, couldn't they be more imaginative than that? You know, the executives of Nissan, you know, I have a great idea. Let's name it Leaf. Yeah, what about like Branch or Acorn or I don't know. Let's see, what's wrong with the Nissan Leaf? Does it mean you have to turn over a new leaf? The Leaf comes with a great price, $28,000. Okay. Minus the federal EV tax credit, but only so-so performance, limited range, and battery compatibility definitely make the Leaf an EV to thoroughly research before buying. Yeah, you should turn over a new Leaf. Porsche Taycan, it almost sounds like toucan. What the hell does Taycan mean? Despite being dubbed probably the most complete EV on the planet by Top Gear in 2022, Consumer Reports found that the Porsche Taycan still stopped short of matching the overall benchmarks set by Tesla in the luxury EV arena. And people have been complaining about Teslas. If you want premium Taycan performance, Toucan, fruit, it should give you a box of Fruit Loops, whatever you purchase. You'll have to shell out on a more expensive trim. But even then, you'll still need to be on the lookout for recall issues regarding seat harnesses and power losses. Hyundai Kona Electric. Well, that's a nice name, a Hawaiian name. The base model Kona EV has a range of around 200 miles. That's pathetic. But with the boosted 64.8 kilowatt per hour battery, it can drive up to, oh wow, 260 miles on a single charge. Oh, you get 60 more miles. Big fucking deal. Equal to its competitors, however, as with previous models, the 2024 Kona Electric is all-wheel drive only and will be available in limited quantities in just 26 states. Okay. Ford Focus Electric. Is that it? Good, thank God. Ford, found on road dead. Ford produced its 5-door hatchback Focus Electric from December 2011 to May 2018, but never redesigned a platform to suit it properly, with much of its cargo space taken up by the battery. Well, why is the battery in the back where the trunk should be. That doesn't make sense. Note that you should be able to snap up on electric focus at a reasonable price if you can find one, but that there were plenty of reliability complaints attached to this model even before it was terminated. Oh, it was terminated. Well, put the fucking battery in the front. It's probably the car is front wheel drive anyway, right? Well, put it in the front. So most of the weight is over the drive wheels, and just have your trunk in the back. Unbelievable. Well, anyway, I induct these auto companies when it comes to electric vehicles into the Chiseler's Hall of Shame. Chiseler's Hall of Shame. Let's see. Oh, what's this about? What's this about? Oh, okay. So then, hold on. Hold on. Well, I'll let it play. I'll let it play again. Yeah, agility my balls.
Boxes and totes. And you've probably noticed that it looks a little different. Digit's legs are closer in terms of how they function to a bird's legs, and they give it some interesting advantages when it comes to working in a human-centered environment. For example, it's easier for Digit to crouch all the way down without its legs getting in the way. While there are a lot of interesting humanoid robots around, Agility just opened a new factory where they're going to be mass-producing robots just like this, and that means you might see them around a lot more. So are you ready for your next delivery to come from a robot? Hey, this is Nick from Hard Reset, and I'm here with Digit from Agility Robotics.
Say hi, Digit.
Digit is meant to work in logistics, stacking and moving boxes and totes. And you've probably noticed that it looks a little different. Digit's legs are closer in terms of how they function to a bird's legs, and they give it some interesting advantages when it comes to working in a human-centered environment. For example, it's easier for Digit to crouch all the way down without its legs getting in the way. While there are a lot of interesting humanoid robots around, Agility just opened a new factory where they're going to be mass-producing robots just like this, and that means you might see them around a lot more. So are you ready for your next delivery to come from a robot?
Yes, of course. I'm waiting for a robot. As long as the robot follows and complies with my delivery instructions. Well, this one is robotic oriented. All right, let me try to catch up on the commentary. Bart Robinson, feeling much better, thanks. Went to sister-in-law's birthday party today. Excellent food and drink. Good food and grog. I like saying grog. I'm happy you had a good time, and I'm happier that you're feeling better. I'm assuming that the affliction has subsided. You know, and in regards to lithium batteries, I was saying, okay, the robot's legs make more sense, like you saw it, to be shaped like a chicken, like a bird, because when humans have to squat down and crouch, the knees get in the way because the knees go forwards, right? In the robot's case, it's like a chicken. The knees go backwards. Now, getting back to the electric cars, they're working on a new type of battery, and they're coming close to finishing to replace the lithium battery. The lithium is good for, like I said, your smartphones, gadgets like this really super bright LED flashlight that I have, rechargeable, USB rechargeable, very strong, okay? Or in case you have a storm, and we're gonna have one tomorrow, I think, a really bad storm, and the electricity goes out, and you have an LED powered, well, there's no lithium here, double A batteries, but you know, you have a really bright LED lantern to walk around with, right? No kerosene, no fires, right? No fires, no fumes. You like? I got 2 of these. Gotta love science. Gotta love it. LED brightness. But you know what I mean. Or with vehicles, come on. 260 mile range with an electric car. That just doesn't cut it. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Just doesn't cut it. All right. Dun, 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 bah. Eat, eat. Okay, here we go. We're going to be blinded by more science and more robotics. And you're probably wondering, well, we'll be doing politics when Mick Von Raven comes aboard. But, you know, science is very important for the progress of accelerating the quality of life for us humans. As long as the robots, well, what I'm afraid of is they say in 10 years, these humanoid robots will be able to think for themselves. They won't need humans to do anything for them, which means they can reproduce themselves, and they can decide that we're nothing but trouble, us humans. You know, we're obsolete, like the Twilight Zone episode. You are obsolete. Remember that? With Burgess Meredith. You are obsolete. All right. So science is important. Robotics is exciting because, you know, I was always a low budget horror and a science fiction enthusiast. You know, I watched all those shows.
Go even harder.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's Atlas, the super famous robot that does parkour and throws stuff in these incredible videos from Boston Dynamics. And I'm about to shove it as hard as I possibly can. And then, to be fair, I'm gonna get shoved the same way. I'm here with Atlas for a little friendly competition to see what this robot can really do. And to answer a question that I've had since I was a kid. When are all the robots coming? You know, like C-3PO and Sunny from iRobot and the Iron Giant, the human-looking machines that can help us do more than we can by ourselves, as long as they don't try and take over. For most of my life, humanoid
Screw CPO and all this garbage that she's used to seeing. They're obsolete, those robots. They're dunzo, like from Star Trek, something that is of no use. They are dunzo, obsolete. She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
robots have seemed pretty far away, but recently, not so much. Tesla, Boston Dynamics, Honda, NASA, and a bunch of startups are all making huge leaps in this field. So, in this video, we're gonna take you to the cutting edge of humanoid robots to show you what they can actually do right now and what you can expect in the robot future that's coming.
Humanoid robots.
Humanoid robots.
Humanoid robots. Imitation of life.
Machines that resemble people as closely as possible.
Robots playing a larger role in our lives.
How do we prevent robots and humans from being in conflict?
How do I look? Great. Let's do this. I've wanted to meet Atlas for years. I'm one of the hundreds of millions of people who have watched this robot on YouTube. But getting into Boston Dynamics is hard. I've been trying for months, and finally, as a last-ditch effort, I just tweeted asking anyone who watches this show for help. Through this community, we were able to connect to the right people, and finally, Boston Dynamics said yes. So, you're the reason I get to be here. Thank you for making this dream of mine come true.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for taking the time.
We're excited to have you. So, this is the Atlas Lab. You recognize it from
I
your
do.
YouTube videos?
I do, very much.
Nice.
Can I meet Atlas for the first time?
Yeah.
Do you still feel this way when you stand next to Atlas?
Every day I love this robot.
The reason that I wanted to meet Atlas so badly is that this robot represents the much larger effort across many companies to build machines that resemble us.
Well, you don't want to resemble us too much. Then the robots will become very annoying if they resemble our fellow humanoids. Tommy Carroll says, cheers, JPM. Hope you've had a pleasant week. What do you think will destroy America first? The invasion of robots or the invasion at the southern border? Well, the invasion at the southern border is, I got to be honest, it's extremely overwhelming. It's like when South Park did like a satire of Black Friday, where the people were waiting for the store to open up, and then they rushed the front door, and it was bottlenecking. They couldn't get through. Everybody had to squeeze through, and people got trampled and got killed. That's how bad the migrants situation at the border is. The United States can't efficiently process and take care of that many immigrants coming in. It's like, it's in the tens of thousands. The country's already trillions of dollars in debt. I know the Republican governors, Greg Abbott, and mostly Greg Abbott in Texas. Ron DeSantis, I don't think there's the same amount of migrants going through Florida, but he's sending all these migrants or immigrants up north to Yankee territory. He's sending them to New York State, and the federal government is not stepping in. I noticed the Biden administration is not. We can't handle this type of volume of humanity in all ways. It's way too much. I got a better idea. Have the military send some high-tech drones to take out their evil, corrupt dictators that are running their country and keeping their people oppressed and in poverty and starving them and hoarding everything for themselves. Take them out with drones, so the people in these Central American countries can rebuild and have a normal form of government. Instead of taking care of them by having tens of thousands come here, which we can't do. Our military is very high tech. I'd say take out the dictators, take out the despots. Take out the despots, Tommy Carroll. What do you think? Chinese nationals? You mean, if I'm not mistaken, you mean Taiwanese Chinese? Regardless of where they're coming from, the United States is not in a position to handle this mass of humanity. Can't do it. Sorry. I'm sorry, neoliberals of the Democrat Party. It can't be done. It will be a disaster. Okay, let me get back to this.
That walk on two legs and use arms and hands and can do some of the same things that we can, and maybe even things that we can't. If you understand Atlas, you can understand what's really happening with humanoid robots as a whole. Let's start with some anatomy. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, but for robots. Atlas's eyes are where you'd expect, and this is what the world looks like to it. Atlas's brain, though, is not in its head, it's in its chest.
Atlas has 3 computers inside of its torso, each of which is the equivalent of a beefy laptop, basically.
Also, Atlas was kind of short.
I didn't realize that I would be taller than Atlas.
Yeah.
But Atlas is built.
This version of Atlas is 4 foot 11 inches or 1.5 meters tall. That's about the height of the average American 12-year-old. Early Boston Dynamics robots were much larger. The larger versions, though, were just scarier. It's just easier to find a robot endearing when it's the height of a middle schooler. No one's ever seen the most famous humanoid robots from different companies standing next to each other, but based on their specs, this is what that would look like. Here's Atlas. Here's me at 5'9". Tesla's Optimus robot is 5'8". NASA's Valkyrie robot is bigger, 6'2", and the cute old Honda Asimo is little, just 4'3", and there are plenty more. My biggest question to these companies, though, was why? Why build a human-shaped robot? We already have robots in all kinds of other shapes. Why are we working so hard to make them vaguely like us? The answer boils down to this. We built our world for humans.
So if you're...
No, I'll tell you the real reason. They want to replace humans in the job market. They already have them set up to work in factories and warehouses. All right. The dildo-headed Jeff Bezos is ready to fill up Amazon warehouses with humanoid robots. She's not. You see, she's full of shit. Well, let me continue a little bit here. That's the real reason, to replace humans. They're taking our job. They're going to take our jobs.
If you're interested in building a system that can start to address the current limitations in automation, a humanoid form factor is quite good.
Companies are building these robots to first do things that are unsafe or repetitive or boring for humans, like some kinds of manufacturing or some tasks in hard-to-get places. That's why legs specifically are so important.
So many of the robots that people encounter day to day, from a Roomba to a more automated delivery system, they're on wheels. Why have legs?
For me, legs are about access. Your opportunity to go more places is just better. So if I want a robot that can not only walk around a floor like this, but that can go upstairs, climb ladders, maybe I can take it into the woods, or I can take it into a crumbling building.
Or in the case of NASA's Valkyrie robot, they want to take it into space. Talk about uncertain terrain.
Why not add something humans don't have, like a tail?
So you have to think about what the function of a tail might be. The tail would have to be able to exert forces on the robot that would be significant.
I'm just thinking about all the things that I wanted as a kid. I wanted wings also.
Wings.
Is Alice gonna go airborne anytime?
That would be pretty sweet. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's a no. I gotta ask the questions. It's my job. Okay, so it's valuable for robots to have legs and a human-shaped body, even if it doesn't come with wings or a tail. But what really matters is what it can do. Time to put Atlas to the test. But before we get to that, let me show you something. So I've been traveling more for this show, especially internationally. And when I do that, I always want to make my computer think that I'm still in the US, just so that everything online feels normal. My websites don't get blocked and things are still in dollars, stuff like that. Here, I'll show you. I can set it to the...
Let's go.
First step, find it useful. I do.
I'll go blow.
Let's go.
First step, running. I crushed Atlas at running. Jumping. We can both do that. And also this. Or rolling. Gotta say, Atlas is more graceful than I am. And then, the grand finale.
Hey.
Show off.
Do a backflip. No, there's no way.
Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne.
Yeah, no. I can't do a standing backflip. Was running. I was going really slow.
Have you heard of, for example, using soccer shot?
Can't take it anymore. She's annoying. She's annoying me. She's annoying me. Well, first of all, since Atlas is from Boston Dynamics, and since Atlas, the robot, is so athletic, why doesn't Atlas join the Boston Red Sox roster and teach it to hit a baseball? Hey, it's possible. It might not be able to run fast, run the bases, but maybe it can make contact a lot better and hit a lot of home runs. Whatever. Just a thought. Hey, Jordy. Well, I'm not done yet. You gotta go? Well, if you gotta go somewhere, if you have an appointment to go somewhere, definitely go and have fun or do whatever you need to do. You know, if you got time to come and stay, that's a different story. But don't let me get in the way of your plans. Let me just zip through this. I'm not going to spend too much time on this article. This is pretty exciting, but I'm not going to spend too much time on this because we already covered this subject. But I just want to make an announcement. Okay, the first humanoid robot factory in history is opening. That is right, Salem, Oregon. Is set to open as early as 2025. Oh, I thought it was opening now. With a number of massive implications for business and general workforce. There you go. Replace people. Lay off real humans and replace them with these robots. These bipedal bots are expected to be produced in the tens of thousands annually, with a number already set to ship to warehouse chains such as Amazon to assist with loading and unloading large boxes. Yeah, well, which will lead to replacing people. The production of these automations has been sped up by the manufacturers, citing competition from Beijing, China, where corporate interests project a mass production of robots by 2025. There's the digit. The digits now have a face. They should have digit robots repeat the words, I am here to take your job. I am here to take your job. Tens of thousands annually, every year, right? Producing tens of thousands of robots for business and the general workforce. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good, people. Okay. Now, this is a little alpha male red pill talk. This is really good, solid, sound advice for men, for single guys. Hold on. All right. What do we got here? Wait a minute. New York City Jewish man. You know, I never in my life yet have been to Katz's Delicatessen. I love those mile-high hot pastrami sandwiches or corned beef. The best roast beef, the best cold roast beef sandwich I ever had, and they're not stingy with the roast beef. They give you a lot. Was in a Jewish deli in Paramus, New Jersey. I ordered it on rye with the horseradish, the chopped red horseradish, mayonnaise, and fresh ground black pepper. And they were not stingy with the roast beef. The Italian delis, they screw you. They're very stingy. And they load it up with lettuce. You know, but Katz's looks really good. But I hear there's others, you know. Is that robot factory funded by the government? Who knows? What do you think pays off the people in Washington? Corporate CEOs. They want these robots mass-produced. Okay, I'm going to play this video, and you let me know what your take on it is.
Surprised by some of these because you're probably doing them and not even realizing. Embarrassing ways men simp in real life include multiple compliments on her appearance in rapid succession, especially in rapid succession. Double or triple texting her when she hasn't even replied to your first text. Being overtly available anytime she wants. If you are starting to see her, publicly marking your territory. This translates to insecure, not proud of. Apologizing when you shouldn't. Buying her gifts when you're not her boyfriend. Maybe you're just dating. Essentially, simping in real life is when you put her values and needs above your own in every way. Let's look at the embarrassing ways men simp in.
Well, the reality is, hold on. The reality is that no one, man, woman, child, or beast, is responsible for your happiness. No one is responsible for a female's happiness but herself. You have to create your own happiness from within. And these women that do nothing but nag and complain that you're not doing this for her and you're not doing that for her and you can't afford to give her this and you can't afford to do that and blah, 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 blah. You don't owe her a damn thing. The only thing a man has to do is die and pay taxes. Unless you're rich, then you get away with paying taxes. But you have to create your own happiness. So remember that, guys. Once the woman starts complaining, stop her dead in her tracks. I am not responsible for your happiness. That's it. Without getting into the alpha male macho thing, you are not responsible for their happiness. You know, and hey, if their daddy spoiled them, that's not your problem. Comic Carol. JPM, someday I want to feel like Leona Helmsley or Hunter Biden, where only the little people have to pay taxes. Well, she was right. As much as she was a bitch Leona Helmsley was right. The little people have to pay taxes. Yeah. Listen, Hunter Biden's issues couldn't make a pimple on our ass compared to those the Trump boys, Trump's dorky sons. Well, one of them is dorky with the buck teeth. I don't even know his name, but anyway, and his daughter Ivanka. But that is true. Just think, if they trim the fat off the military budget, close all of the military bases, the 800 bases worldwide, these countries don't want to be occupied by the U.S. military. You know, they don't really. They have modern militaries. A lot of these, especially Europe, send the troops from the bases home. All right. Stop kowtowing to Netanyahu and Zelensky. You'll save a ton of money there. And with all the troops that were in these military bases, haven't finished the wall. I know walls work a little bit. They don't work 100% because I saw a photo of brown-skinned people sitting on top of the wall at the border. I think might have been Arizona. I don't know where the hell it was. New Mexico, but they were sitting on top of the wall, like almost like they were going, woo, yeah. But walls are a deterrent. Walls slow down the amount of stress that the Border Patrol has to go through to do their job. It reduces their stress considerably. Okay, let me check something. Yeah, this might be a little long. This might be a little long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send out, if you bear with me, I'm going to start sending out the link for my co-hosts. We are streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Okay, hold on. I forgot. Let's see. Bear with me. Let's see. I just want to get these. Okay, so while I wait for my my panel, what do you all want to talk about? What do you feel like talking about? Now, it takes care of that. So, hey, Western Mike, from San Francisco, California. How are you, sir? Pajamas. Oh, yeah, I sent him the South Park episode when the Danish were singing that song, and they all had these red pajamas with the pointy hat. That was a pretty cool song. Dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum, boom, 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 dum, da-da-dum, da-da-dum, boom, boom. Western Mike knows. He knows. Well, I'm waiting for Mick Von Raven because I want to sink my teeth into a political complaint that you wouldn't expect me to bring up. It'll surprise you, but it's reality. I only care about reality, the truth, based on facts. I don't care about partisan politics. I have no loyalty to any party. I care about the truth and proven facts. If you can't show me the facts, then don't debate me. It's been 3 months. What? Been 3 months drinking, but only a little, and at home from now on. What do you mean drinking? I thought you gave up drinking. You mean 3 months not drinking? Is that what you meant to say? It's been 3 months not drinking? Trader Joe's cost $70 today. If you take your time shopping at Trader Joe's and you read labels and look at the prices and compare, you can find many bargains of quality from Trader Joe's. Trader Joe's is not like Whole Foods, which stands for whole paycheck. But there is one thing I get from Whole Foods. I get the non-GMO organic coarse wheat brand. Because when I make my own homemade muesli, I like high fiber. High fiber helps me out a lot. Didn't drink for 3 months. Gotcha. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But, I still have to get meat at one of the local supermarkets. ShopRite. Because meat is expensive. Meat is, you know what? I take that back. The only thing reasonable at ShopRite when it comes to meat is chicken. The pork went up. The beef went sky high. All the above, lamb, bison, regardless. Chicken is the only affordable meat that I can find. His own truth? No, because then when a man seeks his own truth, then he has delusions. He becomes delusional. The truth, according to him, perception is not truth or reality. I could care less about someone's perception, Produce is reasonable. Well, not fruit. Not fruit. But veggies. Veggies are reasonable. Well, it's good for a man to respect proven reality, facts. There he is.
I'm using my full name tonight for fun.
Oh, you are? Where? I don't see your name.
No, others will see it. My 13-letter last name. How are you, James?
13. Oh. I hope I can pronounce it. Michael Von Pembroke.
That's very close. It's Van Pembroke. Von is my screen name.
Van Pembroke.
Spelled quite differently than it sounds.
Oh, it probably sounds like Brauke, like Broucke or something like that.
It's Flemish Belgian. But I interrupted you. Veggies are. I didn't have any veggies tonight. I don't have any salad dressing, so I didn't want to eat a plain salad.
I was talking to Western Mike because he bought a slow masticating juice extractor, not a masturbating juice extractor, masticating.
Okay, because the slow masturbating's not slow. Got to get that stroke going quickly to get
masturbating juice extractor or cannoli cream extractor is like the shake weight. You remember the infomercial about the shake weight?
No.
You don't? Well, it's on YouTube.
Okay.
It was
the shake weight.
It was an actual infomercial, and it's an exercise device that goes like this, and then you switch hands.
Of course you do, just for something different. Have a different date that night.
I should, you know what? I should find it on YouTube and put it up on.
Go to the left hand for a different date.
Well, you gotta work both sides of your body equally.
I don't know if it's me or you, but your picture has froze.
It's you. You froze, but you froze on me.
And then you froze on me, so it's crazy, isn't it? I'm going to go upstairs. I'm in the basement. Yes, sir. No. I did say that. I'm heading upstairs to higher ground. Maybe the connection will be better. Because I didn't like all those technical difficulties last time.
I think we should start a movement to make farting more acceptable by society.
Well, if they can't accept it, it's better out than in. That's all I can say.
Yeah. What do you think, Western Mike and Tommy Carroll? You know,
all right. I'm upstairs now. Yeah. Out of the man cave.
My sister gets very upset when I'm at her house and I'm lying down watching a movie on Netflix with her, like a horror movie, and sometimes it comes out big, and she gets mad.
She gets mad? Didn't she grow up with you and you were farting then too, weren't you? Everybody farts.
She's a Scorpio woman,
So she likes to sting, yeah.
Yeah, they like to sting. Bing, bing,
yeah,
bing.
They love it. They live for it, by the way. That's their whole modus operandum. And the Scorpio is the sex sign.
Yeah, they're supposed to be nymphomaniacs.
Yeah, allegedly.
Or satyrs. The males they call what? Satyrs? Men that are horny all the time. Men that don't need any fluff girls.
Women are nymphos, guys are perverts, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Wait a minute. If a woman's a nympho, they call us perverts. They call So the
men think of sex, so that makes us perverts. Oh, us evil men.
So the dirty double standards of feminism, of equality, the dirty double standard. I played a video before about.
Did I freeze? Because this time you froze.
No, you froze. When you say I froze, you actually.
Then I freeze.
To me.
Well, I'm upstairs too, closer to the Wi-Fi. Maybe I should go up to right next to the Wi-Fi. Let me try that. I'm on the move again.
Yeah, like do you have a comfortable chair that you can?
Yeah, I got my office, my extra bedroom where I have my computers, where my Wi-Fi is. So let me get there.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like if you could be comfortable next to your Wi-Fi.
Yes, sir.
That might be a vast improvement.
Let me hit the Wi-Fi button to make sure it's connecting.
Yeah,
I am now upstairs. Upstairs in the,
Well,
in the
your
spare
video,
bedroom.
your video quality is great. I mean,
Sounds
the audio
good.
is so far. Hold on.
Too bad I don't have
Knock
one of
on
those
wood.
sticks to hold my phone on, you know, that the people use for selfies. The kids.
Oh yeah, the selfie stick.
My vinyl collection behind me there.
That's all right. That's all right. Mike says it's not just guys. For heaven's sake, toxic feminism forgets both sides can get really temperamental. Well, we're talking about a lot of men are giving up on relationships. They're walking away from relationships. And for good reason.
Well, I tell you,
there he is. He shaved like me. He got a. Yeah, why am I getting blurry? It's Zuckerberg trying to screw with me. Yeah, how come? Yeah, he got a close shave like me. He looks like he's like.
Me?
No, Ronnie looks like he's about 18 years old.
18. I get confused every day. The great Alice Cooper song. Yeah, I'd pay to be 18 again right now, knowing what I know.
How much would you pay?
You know what?
How much would you pay, Mick?
I would like to still be in high school because
couple $2-3, Ronnie. Couple $2-3.
You know, if you were 18, you can't drink.
I did drink. I did most of my heavy drinking in my 15 to 20.
Well, okay. When you were 18, was it legal to drink?
No, well, no. We could drive to Wisconsin when I was 19.
Tommy Carroll, High Karate. Remember the commercial?
Hey, Ronnie, you got some natural looks there, but you do look like you have eyeliner on, but I know you don't. So that's a compliment.
Nah,
that's all natural there, that look
this
you
you're
got.
talking about?
No, that was Prince.
You look like a young 80s rocker in a video somewhere with the hair and the... You just look fresh-faced, youngster.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, they can't shut up the mouth. They shut up your face. You're right.
Yeah, so
you know what? The Florida weather is good for you, man. Really
I bet it is.
Oh, it's moisturizing. Look how moisturized it is.
Are you staying there,
it's
Ronnie?
really not. It's not good for you. It I have like spots on my head from the sun.
Oh, be careful.
You got to be careful over here, man.
Yes, sir. Huh.
Oh, no, that's
Am I staying here? Yeah, I'm staying here.
Oh, you're not moving back? Now. Good.
Yeah, I've been here for 4 years now.
Picture perfect.
The only thing I miss about New York is the family. So they say,
yeah, of course.
There's 3 reasons you go back to New York: family, friends, and food.
I was gonna say the pastrami.
Yeah, the food is better. I mean,
the cat's delicatessen.
There's no doubt about it. The food's better, but
unless you just eat seafood there in Florida.
I mean, seafood's cool, but
yeah, I can't eat that every day though.
I tell you
exactly.
When Ronald Theriot took me to
the Bronx, right?
Took me to the Bronx, where you don't feel like you're in the Bronx. So it's like you can.
No, you do, because the Bronx isn't all bad, you know.
No. This is a nice part of the Bronx.
Yeah, there's good, nice parts. I'm surprised you didn't know about that, James. You're not far from there.
Yeah, I didn't know it existed. City Island.
City Island, right? Yeah.
And we went to a place that says 75 years, family-owned business, Johnny's Beef.
There's a lot of family-owned businesses in the Bronx, but you can't go to the South Bronx. South Bronx is where Yankee Stadium is.
Well, but this was like near the Long Island Sound, because I know the Bronx goes up like I-95. It goes up north, and then there's a part that's near the center.
It's close to Westchester County, which is an affluent area.
Oh, my avatar's gone.
But you go through a park, a beautiful freaking park, before you get to City Island.
Yeah, what's the name of the park?
I don't know, but it was big, and it was nice. It was quiet, and there was no riffraff there.
So James, why did it take a man from Louisiana to show you?
I don't know. Because
that's kind of cool, though, isn't it?
He's like Magellan, or he's like a world traveler.
Well, he likes to travel, yeah.
He just knows about.
But that's right in your backyard.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
you got to get out of New Jersey a little bit.
But I had the best fried calamari I ever had there.
Oh, they have. Before I forget, James, they have calamari chips at Costco. Dried calamari as a snack. I did not buy it.
That sounds
dried, like like chips.
That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, a whole bag full of your own dried squids. I'd like to try one taste, but not a whole bag.
Yeah.
I don't want to commit to a whole bag.
Right.
I did try a chicken. What is it like? Oh, I'm sorry. With the skin, the pork skins. What are those called?
Rinds, pork rinds, chicharron.
The skins. There's a name for them. What?
Chicharron.
Yeah. Well, there's another name for it, but they have those with chickens.
They got the chip ones, but then the other chicharron, right, James, is like the actual meat.
Well, you get a piece.
No, I'm talking about the fried pork skin. What's the other name of it? Pork rinds. Pork rinds. So they have chicken skin rinds, and let me tell you, they're nothing like pork rinds, and they're not really that good.
Some people call them cracklins, I think.
Yeah, so they have chicken skin ones, and they're not good. I wouldn't recommend them.
Listen, you can eat everything on the pig except the oink.
Yes, exactly.
Did you ever go to or did you partake in a pig roast?
Yes, I have.
Yeah,
they're awesome. They got the one in the ground, or the guys have those big drums that are cut in half to make.
I used to have a Puerto Rican next door neighbor growing up on Long Island. Yeah, he would do it every year.
Oh man!
Or I think it was the 4th of July he did it.
You cut the skin off of a pig and a rotisserie when it's finished, because it takes many hours. When you cut that
slow roast it for 8-9 hours,
crispy skin with a piece of meat underneath it, and you slice that off. Oh, that's
now, James, do you know the difference of chancho and pernil?
Well, pernil is like I think it's like the prosciutto part, the ass and the leg.
Okay.
The leg.
Isn't that where the ham is?
Chancho itself is just ham, right?
The leg connected to the butt is the pernil.
So the pernil is more the ass.
It's the part, like when they make prosciutto, they take the leg attached.
That's what prosciutto is, also.
Yeah, they take the butt and they rub a thick layer of salt all over the raw pork, and they hang it where it's not too cold, it's not too warm, and it cures. It draws the moisture.
There's more fat involved in that, right?
But once it draws all the water out, then it becomes like a salami. It shrinks and
it's super salty.
No, it doesn't have to be. Right?
Where's the ham? Is that from the ass?
No, that would be the rest of the body, right?
I'm not sure.
And then chancho would be ham, right?
Isn't pork bellies where bacon come from?
Yes.
No, pork belly is like the
That's the chicharron.
The chewy part. The chewy part.
Okay.
Right. The belly is supposed to be the most healthy, but it's the most hard to eat.
Well, they smoke the belly, and that's slab bacon.
What do they make? The Mexican chorizo, is that out of pork shoulder?
Could be.
I think so. Yeah, I love chorizo. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Split that up, make it with eggs.
Not just Mexican, just chorizo itself.
Mexicans use the word carnitas, like Caribbean Spanish use the word lechon. Lechon. Okay. And hey, Michael.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, Western Mike. How you doing, buddy?
Good. How y'all's?
Good.
Good.
How's,
Good to
how's
see
it
you.
over there in San Fran?
San Fran B. Cray.
San Fran.
Yeah. Are they still shitting on the street over there?
The village people sang that song.
I left my heart in San Francisco.
Was trying not to do that myself.
You don't shit on the street?
I try not. They do that so much. I'm trying not to do that myself. I'm trying to remind
You're allowed
myself.
to, though, right? You're allowed to shit on the street. You don't
know animals are.
Don't know what you're allowed to do or allowed to not do anymore here.
I'm complaining that you can't fart in public, like right next to it.
You can. I think you can.
I mean,
oh well, you can't do things that annoy certain people, but everything else.
But you can defecate on the sidewalk.
Oh man, just there was a story that people do that so much that I'm trying to drink here,
There's
guys.
a
What the
map,
hell?
right? There's a map of where most where it mostly happens.
There's a map, and also
there's a map, right?
There's a map, but also, Roddy, what happens sometimes is some of the posts on the street start to fall down after a while. Heard that on YouTube. It's just shit is starting to.
That's a true story.
Yeah, shit is starting to fall apart from shit. So having another celebration ale.
Oh yeah, you like that one, huh?
Yeah, that's a good one. Alex, the beer master, said that.
You gave it a
that beer
49. I remember you said last night. Yeah.
Yeah, he said that beer was okay.
He said he gave it a 49 out of 100.
Yeah, that's not that okay.
That's pretty bad.
Wonder why you gave it a 49 out of 100. Huh.
So James, I encountered Mike last night on Alex the Beer Master's stream.
What? This Mike? Michael Hilton?
Yeah, Michael Hilton.
Well, I was drinking it also.
Or Michael Goldsmith.
I thought Goldsmith. Yeah. I thought he's living a life of sobriety.
Oh no, I'll have a beer sometimes. I mean,
he'll have a beer here and there. He says.
Oh, okay, as long as you know.
I abstained from alcohol and edibles just because I had a little bit of holiday depression thinking about my deceased family members.
Okay.
Half my family's gone, so it's rough.
Yeah, holidays are a tough time, man, for a lot of people.
And my brother is going out of town to be with his daughter, who had her daughter. My niece had a daughter, so I'm a great uncle now. And understandably, my brother and his wife are going there. It's his daughter, so we don't have anywhere to go for Christmas. So we're gonna hang out together.
Yeah,
oh, that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, down here, and it's just me and my wife most of the time, man. So holidays get lonely.
Yeah.
I usually go up to New York for Thanksgiving, but not for Christmas.
With your wife or by yourself?
Yeah, usually together. Yeah. But my brother lives over by Orlando now. He moved down after me.
How far is that from you?
2.5 hour drive.
That's not convenient at all.
East of Tampa. You got to go in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we might get together for New Year's. Actually,
I'm planning on staying over because that's too long of a drive.
Yeah, and then my mom's coming down too to visit. So
nice.
Her and my other brother. So it'll be pretty cool. Yeah.
I bet your family in Long Island said, Ronald, stay in Clearwater so we have somebody to visit in Florida.
They don't. They really don't, though. It's very, very seldom that they do visit.
Oh, it's a rare occasion that they come down?
Yeah, it's pretty rare.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I go up there way more than they come down here.
Well, yeah, because Florida, like you said, when it comes to food, it has limitations.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the only reason. I don't know what it is. They love Long Island.
Well, are there any people that you befriended that you hang out with in Florida?
Not really. Like, friends come and go. Like at this age, can't really make them friends. You make acquaintances all the time. But somebody that you can actually count on to call a friend is, it's pretty rare.
Well, I don't. There's no way I can have a roommate because I'm so fussy, and with my habits. I'm so organized and clean that I don't think I could tolerate like a roommate who's not like me.
Yeah.
And as far as friendship goes, you have to have things in common. You have to have the chemistry where you click, just like relationship, except there's no sex. It's platonic. So you still have to click with the person you mind.
Well, you're better off having a woman live with you than a roommate.
Right. Well, if you find
best roommate ever.
if you find that woman,
I'm talking about a romantic woman, not
a
just some woman.
romantic roommate.
A romantic roommate.
Romantic woman, I said.
So you're saying you wouldn't recommend like a guy? Just
I wouldn't. I never had a roommate in my entire life. I had a woman move in with me, and then I found out I wanted to kill her. So
I've
moved
had
out
roommates
after about a year.
In my early 20s. I had roommates of guys.
I've always lived alone. I prefer it.
I prefer it too. You know, you don't have
do your own thing. Nobody there to steal your food, and
you don't have to compromise with anybody.
But I was so quick to move out of my mom's place because I just wanted to do my own thing.
How old were you when you moved out?
Really?
20.
I was older. I was 24.
Yeah, I was 20, and my mom was actually pretty lenient, but I just wanted to like.
You wanted freedom.
I wanted my own. I wanted to be able to have a beer and not have a problem.
Of Ronald to move from Long Island to Clearwater.
Ronnie, not Ronald.
Ronnie, what's on your birth certificate?
Doesn't matter. What?
Oh, you want to be Ronnie? All right. All right. So when you moved from Long Island to Clearwater, that took courage. That's like a big step.
Clearwater, Florida?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there another one?
I don't know. I thought you were talking about when you moved out when you were 20. I
thought
know all the narrative.
I thought that's what he was talking about, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know all the ins and outs of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a big step, but I had been thinking about it for many years. So
nice.
Yeah. So Michael Goldsmith, how long have you been living alone?
A couple of years.
Is it just since you moved to San Fran?
Yeah, moved to San Fran with mom, and then mom passed away. And I've been here.
Sorry for your loss.
It sucks.
So you moved there. You moved there with her.
Moved there with her. Yep.
That was just a few years ago, right? That you moved there.
You only been there like 2 or 3 years.
I think Michael moved to California around the same time that I moved to Florida. Was it 2019?
2005.
Oh, okay. No.
Oh no.
No, I moved here in 2019.
Yeah, that's 2019.
You moved there in 2005.
2019 feels like, it came and went.
It did.
Yeah, that's tough, man. That's tough.
2019 was the normal times, before things got stupid.
That's tough.
Oh, yeah.
I was close to my mother, and it's tough when you have a loss.
Yeah, I couldn't even imagine that, man. I'm very close to my mom.
Yeah. Don't. So your mom has to go, but not certain people. It's just it sucks.
Now
she has a quality that nobody else has.
Your parents your parents have a lot of things about them that just you probably don't ever see again.
And that's why they're your parents.
Yep.
They're special.
My grandmother used to tell me. My grandmother used to say anybody could be a father, but you only have one mother. And the mother.
It's true, but the father does matter. The father does matter.
Well, if the father takes an interest in his children and spends time with them,
which he should. I mean, that's the point.
Which he should. That's the ideal.
That's the whole idea of being a father. It's not to just be, an absent dad. You shouldn't be doing that.
No, and a woman, like what happened to my friend Brian, a man's ex-wife shouldn't be brainwashing his child to go against her father and hate her father.
Nah, she shouldn't.
That's terrible, right? Mick Van Raven, when an ex-wife brainwashes the child. See, I'm echoing. My voice is going back. Son of a bitch.
Oh no!
Somebody's finagling with Mick's internet. 7. Watch my voice. Back. What the hell's going on?
I can see your eyes, man.
I can see you fine visually. I mean, video-wise. Okay. All right. That's okay. Now, do you hear me?
Yeah. Sorry about that. That was my.
Yeah. So anyway, was I saying? Yeah, my friend Brian's ex-wife turned the kid against Brian and he never got to know his daughter because
that's horrible.
She filled her head up, But I mean, a woman could talk shit and lie about her ex-husband.
But also the guy has to make as much effort as he can to counteract that. Even if the woman is going against him, he has to try.
Yeah. Well, what happened with Rock and Paul is that his daughter seeked him out. She looked for him. Like he didn't even.
So he wasn't even doing it. Yeah.
He didn't even know he had a daughter until.
He didn't know.
He didn't know until I think she was a teenager, something like that.
What?
And she found him. She seeked him out.
He didn't know he had a daughter.
No, he has a daughter, but he
didn't know he had a daughter.
He says he didn't know. He had or then when he found out he had a kid.
But come back in a second.
Yeah.
He's not coming back.
No, it's because he's not the center of attention. That's why. So what was I saying? Yeah. So they kept it a secret. Like they didn't want him to know where she was, because Paul would go right out there and ring the doorbell and meet her. So they deliberately, out of spite, there we go again, adults using the children as a weapon.
Yeah, no, that's messed up.
We got their number, man. We know, we got everybody's number.
I'll be right back too, man.
Okay.
I will though.
All right, you got to go pee-pee, right? Okay. Oh, Nick, we got to talk about that issue, a very important issue. I'll do it with Ronnie. So anyway, how's everybody doing out there in Twitch land and YouTube? Oh, good. Okay. Yeah, Mick Von Raven is back.
Sorry, I'm hopping around a little bit. I apologize for that, guys.
Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. We need to sink our teeth into the subject we were talking about off the air.
Yes.
Where Democrats and progressives have become way too passive and mild-mannered, and they're pussies.
Bringing the knife to the gunfight.
Right. You got to fight fire with fire.
Let the Republicans do the low.
Yeah, the Republicans fight dirty. They hit below the belt.
Yeah, I mean, look at what one of the presidencies did. Something all the unspoken things were done that shouldn't have been done. So at the convention, they have to make a decisive move and get the right candidate to beat Donald J. Trump. And you can't count on him being disqualified from president like we'd like to, like he should be. He did try to overthrow the government, which is treason. And, in some countries, he would have been executed already.
Yeah.
So they need to come out with, I believe the front runner for that is Gavin Newsom. He's younger. He's more well-spoken. Joe Biden's done a great job with legislation. And I think he knows he's too old for another term. I don't think he really wants another term.
Joe Biden, just like Mitch McConnell, he's been there in Washington forever.
Yeah, they make a career out of it, even though to get elected, they do the gerrymandering, so they make sure they get constantly reelected.
You gotta let the new young blood get in there and have these old relics, these old fossils
put out to pasture. It should be Gavin Newsom against Nikki Haley.
Hey,
that'd be the election I'd like to see.
Did you see the debate of Ron DeSantis versus Gavin Newsom? Or did you see any clips of it?
No.
Did you hear about it? Did you know it took place?
Yeah, I did. I heard it was a draw, supposedly.
It was pretty good. I watched it live.
Yeah?
Uh-huh. It wasn't a draw. Ron DeSantis won hands down, I think.
Okay.
All right.
That's what some of my other friends have said. They're all right-wingers.
I mean, I just think, based off of the facts, I think he won. I mean, comparing Florida to California, it's kind of a tough
the
thing
other
to
thing
do in
is
the first place.
Ron DeSantis doesn't have the personality to be president. He's dull.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's gonna win.
He doesn't have the it factor.
I don't think he's gonna win the Republican primary
nominee.
It looks like it's just gonna be Trump, obviously.
Well, if Trump was on the electric chair, they'd still make him the nominee.
Yeah,
they don't care.
Exactly. No, you're right. Yeah, but
if he was to be shot in the back
a year ago, in like late 2022, Ron DeSantis was over Trump in the polls.
It's because he wasn't speaking publicly a lot. People didn't get a whole gist of what he was about.
You're right.
Kind of a dullard. He's not. He doesn't excite people enough to become president.
I do agree with you. I think he's a great governor.
Oh, I think he's a prick.
I mean, I live in Florida, and
I understand.
I think he really did a great job here, during the COVID time and all that shit. And that's what he runs on.
Wasn't there the highest rate of COVID in Florida because they didn't have masks? Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I don't think so. But
highest rate in the country.
But I mean, Nick, you can't deny that people have flooded Florida over the past 2 years.
I'm talking about during spring break. He didn't cancel spring break, and he allowed people to come in without masks on.
Yeah, he didn't cancel spring break. But there's people, especially from Chicago. Many people from the Chicago area, from New York, from California, have flooded. But I mean, they have fucked this state up because they made it so expensive now. And Florida was never an expensive state. I moved here in 2019, just before all the COVID shit, right? When I moved here, it was back like the old Florida days. Like you can get a great apartment for like $1,200, $1,300. That would be like on the high end, Now, I mean, you can't get a 1-bedroom apartment that's less than $2,000 a month. I mean, it's just fucking crazy. And this is only after the post, whatever, like 2020, 21, 2020 time. And that's because all the other states were fucking locked down. People didn't want to live there. It was cold. I mean, it was always cold. That was always a factor. But, all the mask bullshit and all that stuff. So people moved to Florida, which is like, okay, that makes sense. So Ron DeSantis, like, he takes credit for that. And he's right. Because he had lax policies as a governor as far as the COVID shit went. And that's why a lot of people moved here. A lot of people moved here because of that.
He wanted a restaurant.
But it drove prices through the roof. Through the fucking goddamn roof. Where it's making, they say now that Florida housing might be more expensive than New York. And that's just crazy. That's just fucking crazy.
That's insane.
But that's because of these policies of,
everybody's saying, oh, well, when people have a rough life where they're from, they always say, oh, let's pick up and move to Florida. Let's move to Florida.
And it was more so over the past 2-3 years. I mean, more so at an incredible rate. At an incredible rate. One estimate that I saw, home prices in the Tampa Bay area went up 88% compared to 2019.
Wow.
88%. I mean, that's pricing people out. It's pricing people out. We can't afford to buy houses down here. And my whole point was Florida was never like that. It was never like that. I didn't mean to make off. I hope that he's not leaving because of that.
Oh, I don't know. He's having internet problems. I don't know. He has them often.
So, I think, I mean, I voted for Ron DeSantis in 2022 for governor. I think, his policies as governor have been pretty good. But it's just that things have just gotten so expensive, and I don't think there's much he can I don't think there's much he can do about that. Or anybody in government in Florida government can do about that.
Echo. Still echo. I don't know what. Because Bonnie used an iPhone.
No, I'm not on the phone though. I'm on a laptop.
Oh, what is it? Is it like a Samsung?
Yeah, that's gotta be frustrating, man.
And
with that shit.
Hello. Yeah,
you're good now. So what did you change? What did you
own-
change from the last?
he just came back. I guess.
No, he changed something.
He just
Back in and out, and
DeSantis didn't he allowed restaurants and bars to have maximum capacity.
Yeah.
In the pandemic. I don't know
and
how
that thing he did with Disney was a big blunder. And
Why?
Don't Say Gay is also pretty controlling and weird.
I was never a fan of Disney.
I'm not a fan of Disney.
I hate Mickey Mouse. I
don't hate
I
Mickey
just meant
Mouse,
him
but-
trying to control them, not that you like them or not. I'm just saying he was trying to control them and tell them how it was.
Yeah.
And the Don't Say Gay is one of the strangest laws I've ever heard.
So
It sounds like
you can say gay, like that's not the name of the bill.
teachers can't say gay in school.
No, they can. I mean, I think they can say the word, but people who were against his bill called it "Don't Say Gay" bill, but that's not the name of the bill.
Okay.
So I don't. Do you know that? Did you think that was the name of the bill?
What is this deal where?
No, I know it wasn't the name of the bill. I know that was the name of the movement.
What if this horse shit where the kid, if a child tells the teacher, I think I'm a male child. I really think I'm a female inside. That she's not allowed to tell the parent.
Yeah, that shit doesn't fly in Florida.
Yeah, that is shit. That is shit because that kid's a minor.
It's controlling.
Right. That kid's a minor.
Yeah,
and
it's weird. It's I'm not even a parent yet, but it makes me scared to be a parent, knowing that shit's going on.
Right. Plus the school shootings. Who would want to be a parent nowadays?
It's hard, man. Like you really got to be dedicated to that shit.
Did you hear about that shooting in Russia? With the shotgun, the kid only shot teachers. A girl in like 8th grade got a shotgun and shot teachers. This just happened the other day.
In Russia?
Yes. 2 of Putin's biggest allies are dead. So his days are numbered, I believe.
How do these kids get their hands on firearms?
Their parents, I believe, have them around, and they
lying around, right?
Yep, that's what I think.
Yeah, I'm honestly not a big gun person myself.
Me neither. I don't have a gun.
To tell you the truth, it sounds crazy, but when I was growing up, my mom didn't allow us to even have water guns.
Some moms are like that. They don't want you.
So against guns.
Yeah, we had BB guns and other things, but we didn't look at it like murder. We just looked at like imitating movies.
There's a big problem when a kid has a water rifle or a water gun or a BB gun or whatever. Well, BBs can hurt people. Let's say a water gun, and let's say the water gun is black, and it looks to
But
a
the
cop.
usually not. I'm talking about the water guns that are all colorful. You know,
the tutti colors.
Yeah, I remember that. I forget what they're called, but the ones in like the late '90s.
Blasters or something they're called.
Yeah,
I forget. Yeah.
Super
They were
Splash or
brightly
something like
colored.
that. I wasn't even allowed to have those.
James, do you remember that kid that had that black water gun that was killed by a cop?
I never saw
thought
a
it was
black
a gun.
water gun before. I didn't even know they had black water guns.
I thought it was a real
that was some sad stuff. Sad stuff. But back to
that
the
was
election.
that was the way I grew up. I wasn't allowed to have guns.
I wasn't allowed to have cap guns and guns that shot these plastic pellets.
I could never have that stuff.
I think the neoliberals forcing homosexuality and
it's absolutely disgusting.
And transgender on
weird, and it's just
a lot of those kids live to regret it and want it reversed, and they've already done damage to themselves.
I think they want to destroy the heterosexual relationship and the family structure.
They want to get rid of the males. They want
males. Actually, they don't mind two gay men having kids though. That's happening all over. That's fine according to them.
But you know why? Because two gay men cannot create a child.
Yeah, they need a woman.
They don't want procreation. It's evil. It's a culture of death.
It's a cult.
It's a culture. A culture of death and destruction.
Destruction of humanity.
Right.
And
especially they want to get the strong male figure out. You can't have them. So okay, two gay guys are not strong because they're effeminate. Gay is effeminate.
Yeah, but I tell you one thing, that's fine. Alpha male.
You can't have an alpha male.
No, they don't want an alpha male. But
so when you say they, who are you talking about?
Lesbians.
You talking about the feminists?
Yeah. I lost sound, so I rebooted.
So I think it's the feminists, but the feminists have gotten involved in the government, and that's a problem. You know, there's a lot of evil forces in the government, and the American government is a very bad place.
I heard they all go to that.
All they ever want to do is kill people. They got wars all over the world. You know, the American government is an extremely dark place.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them belong to secret societies.
Secret societies, yeah.
Remember when Bill Clinton first got? Well, you were a young whippersnapper, but when Bill Clinton first got elected,
1992.
I think Hillary made him do it, but he had all these like lesbian. He appointed all these lesbian women, all like Secretary of State. He had Janet Reno.
Well, I know the Secretary of State was
Donna Shalala.
No, she was the first woman Secretary of State. What was her name?
Albright or Madeleine Albright?
Yeah, Madeleine Albright. I remember Madeleine Albright said in an interview on 60 Minutes that the killing
like vagina.
She said she was asked a question: is it worth in Iraq because of the sanctions in Iraq? She said, is it worth that or she was asked, is it worth over 500,000 kids have died because of these sanctions that the U.S. put on Iraq after the first Gulf War, that all these kids have died. Is it worth it? And she said yes. She said yes, it's worth it.
Really?
Yes. There's you can look it up. It's on YouTube. Madeleine Albright. It's worth it that 500,000 kids, Iraqi kids, were starved to death. For what? To get rid of Saddam Hussein? And it never even happened?
And the Iraqis weren't involved in 9/11, and there was no
they weren't. But
there was no weapons of mass destruction.
This is back even before George Bush, his whole bullshit. This is back in the 90s when Madeleine Albright was under Bill Clinton, and they were starving 500,000 kids.
So she had no compassion
remorse
for 500,000 children. She's an
But
evil.
it was okay because she was the first woman to ever be the what was she, the ambassador or whatever, or the Secretary of State? She was Secretary of State, right?
Mm-hmm.
The first woman, so it was okay because she was a woman. The fuck out of here! She was a bitch. She was evil.
To me, that is evil. I mean, to torture and execute and or use.
They didn't execute him, but they starved. They starved little kids to death.
I mean, like what Hamas did. Like anybody that hurts children is, to me, is evil.
Yeah. Now you're going to hell, man. You're going to hell. Jesus said, if you do this to the littlest of the, I forget exactly the words, but to the kids, the people who harm kids are on the bottom row of God, of God's favor.
I mean, you in front of the parents too.
And it's the same thing with these teachers that are fucking around in the schools. Affecting these kids that don't know what they're doing.
And what about
you can't mess with kids.
How come the priest?
That's crossing the line. That crosses the line.
How come they treat the priests of the Catholic Church that are pedophiles? They let the Catholic Church deal with them instead of they're not under the law as a.
No, they're not. They're not under or above the law. Those priests were subject to criminal penalties as well. So as far as I know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And they should be. Yeah, they should be.
Convicted. They should be convicted.
That was a huge scandal. I mean, that was a big problem, and it affected the Catholic Church in a very negative way. A very, very bad thing that happened there.
You see,
but that's human flaws. These people are humans, and they have flaws.
Humans have been sinful since the beginning.
Right. Since the fall of Adam and Eve.
And evil since the beginning. And I believe that there are demonic forces that influence
you. There most definitely are.
To this day. There's seven. I still hear you. What's going on? Your Wi-Fi. Hello? You hear me?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Sounds okay. You hear me?
Hello.
Okay, it's working now.
Night of aggravation.
So, Mick,
sorry,
just stay on now, Mick. Don't leave.
Okay.
Or do you keep getting kicked off? Is that what's happening?
No, I keep screwing up.
Maybe if you stay on and
it's my fault.
And it gets
closed out a few times.
And it gets wacky. Maybe if you stay, it'll come back.
Oh, because you're on the phone. Yeah,
it wasn't technical. Yeah. It was my fault.
I know.
I closed the wrong window a couple times.
All right.
Just do your best, man.
Yeah, we're talking about how he mentioned Madeleine Albright didn't care about 500,000 Iraqi kids starving to death because.
I'd like to see that actual video.
You can look it up. It's on YouTube. Just put it in YouTube. You can see what she says. Yeah.
On national TV, she said that usually.
I think it was 60 minutes.
Fire her the next day.
I think it was 60 Minutes. She said.
Yeah, he would fire her the next day if she said that. Like
she did, though. I'm telling you that she wasn't fired.
Fucked.
It is fucked up. It really is.
That's fucked up.
The whole U.S. national foreign policy is fucked up. It doesn't matter if it's a Democrat or Republican. They're all fucked up. Right, James?
Yeah. Well, humans never learn. They never learn. Even in the Bible, it says it's right.
And the more power you give them, the more evil they are.
So this current election, 2024, anyone have a prediction of who's going to be the next president?
I don't know.
It doesn't look good.
It's too early.
Look very good.
It's too early. I think.
Okay. Do you have any desire who you'd like to see president?
I'd like to see
I'd rather not see it being a repeat of 2020.
They're too old.
I like to see Newsom.
Yeah.
I like to see.
I mean, it's okay. So Newsom, I watched that debate against DeSantis. Newsom is a good politician. He's way better than Joe Biden. As being a fresh face, he's quick on his feet. he's a good politician. I don't agree with it with his issues for the everything for the most part, but I'll say that he's great, a great politician. He's way better than Joe Biden.
Is he way better than Ron DeSantis as a politician?
Yeah, probably. As a politician, I would say he
as
probably
a politician.
And I mean that's not really a compliment.
What I would love to see is him become president and have Nikki Haley as his vice president.
Nikki Haley, dude? No, I can't agree with you.
You don't like her?
No, I don't like her at all. At all.
Nikki Haley, she's a Republican.
Yeah.
She is a neocon to the heart.
You could say goodbye to.
There's no difference between George W. Bush and Nikki Haley.
Oh, she's
get the fuck out of
weapons
here.
of mass destruction and lies.
Yes. Have you watched any of the debate? You haven't watched any.
No, I don't watch debates.
She's a fucking warmonger, dude. She's horrible.
Yeah.
She's in bed with the military-industrial complex too.
George
to the
W. and Cheney became so rich from that war, they left all the way to the
Nikki
bank.
Haley's no better. She's in the same bed as them.
I didn't know that.
Fuck Nikki Haley. She's horrible.
I mean,
I'll take Chris Christie over her.
I wish the Green Party was
Krispy Kreme.
Mm-hmm.
Krispy Kreme. Yeah, I wish. Yeah, he never. He had it.
I mean, Mick, let me ask you a question. Why would you have said Nikki Haley?
People said they like her. I've heard she was good.
I think. No, you're attracted to her. You want to bone her.
No, you're not.
All
no,
right,
she's not even attractive. No.
No, not me. I mean, I think Mick might be attracted to her.
Are you really?
Not? She's got a hole.
Really? Come on, man.
But no,
you're better than that, Mick.
Thank you.
Now, I don't want to ask you. I'm not going to ask you how your concert went last weekend. I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
But I want to just say that I wish the Green Party grew some balls and fought.
Why does the Green Party have the same candidate every single year?
Because they're not going to have a candidate for president.
Why is it only Jill Stein? Like,
the Democratic Party is.
He's been running since like the 90s, right?
The Democratic Party screwed Jill Stein. She's a
whatever. Who cares? She's always there.
But the point is, the Democrats are
the Democratic Party just screws everybody.
No, the Democrats
they screw themselves.
The Democrats are keeping the Green Party off the ballots in court. And that's not right because America.
What do you mean off the ballots? I think they are on the ballot.
Some states, yeah.
But why can't they get another candidate besides Jill Stein? Why is it always her?
I can't stand Jill Stein.
She probably pays her way to be the candidate. Pays for it, I bet.
Listen,
I mean, it's ridiculous. I've never seen another candidate. I don't know if another one exists.
You ever see a Jill Stein political rally? It looks like Woodstock.
I've never seen it.
It reminds me of Woodstock.
Is it like that?
Yeah. It's like, holy shit. Is that?
All right. So I want to throw something out there that's controversial, probably. I've been doing some research. I've been doing a little research, right? There's a theory that it might be better if we forgot about all this democracy stuff. Just cut it all out. What if you actually brought back the system of a monarchy?
No, thank you.
Like they had in Europe.
No.
Yeah,
nope.
So I know people are going to go crazy with that, but
no thanks.
There was at least so the theory is at least there was stability. There was stability for hundreds, thousands of years in Europe, right, under a monarchy.
But they do have monarchies.
Once they introduced democracies after World War I, they introduced democracies. So all these European countries. That's where Hitler came from. That's where Mussolini came from. And for the most part, these democracies failed. And hold on, Dave. Let me just finish. All these democracies failed. They created World War II.
What democracies failed exactly?
Germany,
Germany,
Italy.
Democracy.
Oh, they were fascists.
Yeah,
but they started out as a democracy.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. The Weimar Republic was a democracy.
America is the main democracy.
So, and America has been a democracy, or so whatever you should call it, that a Republican democracy, for like 200 plus years, right? Not even that long, and it's failing. It's failing. It's completely failing.
Monarchy
If
is really not different.
if you look at what's going on today in America, it's failing. This American experiment is a failure. It's a failure.
Well, that we know.
Okay, so that's my point. That's
all
my
these
point.
military dictatorships, they're fascist regimes. They're
but where did they come from? Where did the fascism come from? It started as a democracy in those countries.
So you don't think imperialism is equal to a fascist regime where one
imperialism is equal to a fascist regime? I mean, it can be. It certainly can be.
It's a despotic or totalitarian.
Imperialism means that you're going out and taking over other countries, right?
No, imperialism means you have the royal family that controls and owns.
No, imperialism means that you're going out to Africa or
that's
to
empire.
India. No, that's imperialism. That's what imperialism means. The United States is imperialistic. The United States is a democracy, and it's imperialistic.
Okay.
Well, without democracy, there won't be no free speech.
And there won't be any
voting.
There
can be.
And you'll be thrown in jail if you speak against the leaders. You'll be in prison.
And I'm not saying, Mick, that I
Africa.
totally agree with this theory. I'm not trying to defend it.
I'm shooting the theory down. I don't agree with you at
all.
all.
Henry VIII used to have people beheaded for.
Henry VIII sucked. Yeah. He fucking sucked.
And the monarchy in England's just a figurehead. It doesn't make
any figurehead. Decisions. I mean, these days they don't even count. Yeah.
And there's no such thing as royal blood. It's a crock of shit.
It's the same thing in Spain.
Yeah. How did the royal family first start? Like somebody
incest.
Somebody that
incest. Yeah.
Somebody that took over a country with some ragtag army or whatever, took over
the English monarchy is not a good example because they gave up all their rights a long time ago. It's better the examples of like the Habsburgs, who were in the Holy Roman Empire, which became Germany, Austria-Hungary, right? That was Habsburg territory. The Habsburgs were a good monarchy, but with the whole
a different time in the world. So in this modern times, you don't need a monarchy at all. You need someone elected by the people.
We need democracies at all.
Democracy, I think, is more important than you think it is. I have more high regard for it than you do.
Do you think the American experiment is failing?
No, I think there's cracks in the facade, yes, but it's still the best thing in the world. I think democracy is better than anything else.
All right. So, like I said, I was throwing it out there. I've heard about this and I've looked into it a little bit. I'm not completely defending it. I'm not saying that's my position.
Okay, well, thanks.
But it is a thought.
Next.
How did you enjoy your concert last week?
Well, the lead singer, he was a replacement guy, but he was a total pro. He stepped down and they brought in another guy, and the other guy had to have the bass player sing 5 songs. So it was a little different. Plus, they decided to play new songs, and you don't want to do that. Not when you're that old of a band. You want to play 1 or 2 new songs. Yeah. They played 4 or 5 new songs.
Oh, no
yeah,
good.
So it was Foghat, Slow
Did
Ride,
they get booed at?
For the City, that kind of stuff. The only original member is the drummer. He's like 70-something. The rest of them are deceased.
Wow. Yeah, Nick, where do you usually go to concerts at?
I go
to the same place?
St. Charles. I also go to Chicago. A couple different areas.
Yeah. Isn't it cold? It's like an outdoor concert?
What's that?
Is it like an outdoor concert?
Not in the winter, not in December, November. Yeah, no.
So it's a pretty big place then.
Holds 900 people. It's not huge.
Oh, okay.
It's fun though. I started a new job working from home. I started last week, and my first day of training is on Monday morning, so I'm excited. It's got 3 benefits, and I'm just glad to be working again.
That's good. Yeah. Congrats, man.
I've been out of work for a couple months, and
They
they try
work,
to.
right? It makes you feel like you're doing something.
Yeah, and they tried to screw me out of the unemployment my last place, and luckily I won the unemployment case against them. You know.
Yeah, good.
I'm glad to be working again, and
it gives you like a sense of purpose, right?
yes, but
Yeah.
working from home is going to be different. I kind of do miss interaction of other people, but some other people are jag
Yeah,
bags.
I work from home a couple of days a week. It's like a hybrid thing with my
Nice.
job. Yeah, I like that because I can go into the office a few days, and then I can, some days I can stay home. So I get some interaction.
Yeah, this company's in California, so I'm never going to go into the
Oh,
office.
you're working for California, so you're
Yeah.
getting California wages. That's good.
No,
No,
they
you're not?
negotiated. No.
Really?
I don't believe I'm getting California wages.
Oh, okay.
I'm
'Cause
getting
I
paid
know this.
well,
I
but
know
I could get
a friend of mine. He's an accountant as well.
I'm
and
not an
he
accountant.
got a job working from home in Florida with a California company, and they're paying him California wages, but he doesn't have to pay income tax because he lives in Florida.
Oh wow, that's nice.
So yeah, he's got like the best of both worlds. Yeah.
Yeah, I do customs clearance, and I'm getting paid a good wage, and I could get paid better though. But I negotiated what I could, and then the free benefits. I'm just concerned, when do the free benefits start?
Free benefits?
Yes.
And are they good? Because they might be free, but are they good?
Most of them have been. I've had free benefits before, and it's usually full coverage.
I've had free benefit. They call it free, like they pay for it as far as like medical, and it's been trash. In my experience.
Wow, mine have been actually good doctors, so I've been okay.
I wouldn't say the doctor is bad, but but like when I go,
I meant the coverage.
I
The
have to
coverage
pay,
and the doctors were fine. Yeah, mine.
no,
I'm sorry to hear you had a
usually the
bad
doctors are
experience. I
very
did
good.
well. Yeah, I did well with my free benefits before.
Did you have to pay a
So-
copay when you went to the doctor?
No, free.
Yeah,
Totally
I had
free
to pay like
benefits.
close to like $100. So it was pretty bad.
It doesn't sound like free benefits to me.
Yeah, it's
then.
not free, right? I mean, if you have to use
Exactly.
it, it's not free. It's free if you don't use it. Basically, is what it is.
They made the mistake of asking me my age during the interview, and I was kind of taken aback by it. But
why?
Because of the health insurance costs more when you're over 50.
Oh.
Yeah. So that was part of the
I'm
deal with them negotiating
younger
my
than
salary. I know you are. I'm talking about me.
I wouldn't say you're older than 45.
Thanks. I'm 57. I'm not
Yeah,
I'm
he
not
looks
ashamed.
young.
Who knows it? Thank you.
Mick looks
So
young.
Mick, are you a Gen X? Is that what you're considered?
No, I was born in '66. That's not an X, I don't think.
So what are you? That is an X.
I don't
Yeah, that is
remember.
X. Yeah,
Are
you're
you
Gen
sure?
X. Yeah. Well, you're not a baby boomer.
No, I'm not. Hell no, I'm not that old.
I think James is a boomer, right?
I would say James is on the cusp of that.
No, James is definitely a boomer, but he's a pretty
Okay.
cool boomer. He's pretty cool.
Remember that song, Boom, Boom, Boom? Let's
Most
go back
boomers
to
are like
That was
assholes.
that was John Lee Hooker. A boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna pick you right up. Boom, boom, boom. I'm gonna take you to my house. Boom, boom, boom.
No, that wasn't it. It was Boom, Boom, Boom. Let's go back to my room so we can do it all night, and I can make you feel right.
Was that in
That's
the
the same
70s?
song.
Oh,
That's John Lee Hooker.
James, was that in the 70s?
A little boom, boom. No, I'm not 70 years old.
It was slower. I sang it too
No, I said
fast,
was
but
that
yeah.
song from the 70s?
Oh,
That's from the 50s, I think, or the 60s, early 60s.
Oh, really?
John Lee Hooker.
Oh,
A boom, boom, boom. Pick you right up.
Is it true
Boom.
that like in the
80s.
50s the songs were like more wholesome, and they only got into like more sex in like
This
the late
was a
60s?
disco. This was like a disco song.
Oh
and they
yeah,
weren't-
but
Oh,
it
boy.
wasn't in the 50s. If it was a disco song.
No,
But we're talking about two different songs.
this Boom, Boom, Boom was during the disco time. They weren't wholesome. They were about getting
Nick,
laid.
did you know? I don't know if James ever told you that he went to Plato's Retreat before.
Wow. I think
Yeah.
he mentioned it. I forgot about it though.
That's pretty.
Where's
cool.
that in? Is that in Florida or?
No, that was in New York.
That's in Manhattan.
It was a nightclub.
It's long closed now. It's long closed.
They had New York and Los Angeles. That's it. They had two of them. New York and
Did
Los Angeles.
Giuliani have it closed?
The famous. No, it wasn't Giuliani.
Mario
it was the AIDS stuff. It was AIDS
Mario
stuff.
Cuomo when AIDS started.
It had nothing to do with Giuliani.
In the 80s, Cuomo goes.
Oh, you know, Saint Reagan didn't do anything about AIDS because he thought it was Judgment Day and all the gays should pay for what they did. So he dragged his feet on AIDS research.
Well, he changed the tax rates system. He's the one that gave the rich the tax vacation.
Yeah, and we've been paying ever since.
The middle class.
They're trying to squash out the middle class.
I've been getting hammered ever since.
Yeah, it sucks, man.
What was going on before that?
And
the
who's
middle
the
class
middle
has been getting hollowed out since the early 70s.
Main Street. Main Street is the middle class. I mean, 1950s Eisenhower, the rich were paying their fair share in taxes back then.
Yeah, they were.
You had those were the prosperity years, up into the early 60s.
Yeah, but what was going on in the world at that time? Not just this country.
Kennedy was being assassinated in the early 60s.
The world was in shambles at that time.
Eventually,
so the U.S. was in control.
Well, the Vietnam War
The
started.
Vietnam stupid war started in the French.
Well, don't sell England short. They were also ruining the world.
Yeah, but they were not on the level of the U.S.
They were further than the U.S. when they said the sunset never sets on England because they controlled Hong Kong, India.
That was before World War II.
The British Empire.
It was after World War II. Also, they stayed.
I mean, not really. They were already.
They just get rid of Hong Kong like recently.
They were on the decline.
They had Palestine.
After World War II, the U.S. was the only ones, and the Soviet Union.
No, that's not true.
It is true. It's definitely true.
No, it wasn't just the U.S.
I mean, you had the U.K., but they were basically just like figureheads.
UK just got out of Hong Kong like 20 years ago?
But that doesn't mean they had any power. They didn't really have power. They were just
it was like another country. Hong Kong was considered another country for a long time. English ruled.
The English have not had any power for a very long time.
You're right, Mick.
Ronnie, you have opinions, I have opinions, so that's that. Your opinions aren't fact, mine aren't fact, they're opinions.
The older cars had opinions. They call them rack and pinion steering.
Yes, sir.
Mike,
what do they call them?
Rack and pinion steering. Anyway, Celebration didn't taste good, and the micro beers are failing. Think just lost interest completely again. Ha ha ha, man, things change, don't they? Don't
I thought alcohol wasn't his friend.
Listen, don't let Alex the beer master Bader draw you back into the depths of
depravity of alcoholism.
Right. Be careful. Because he might.
Well, Michael said he's only going to have a couple of drinks. So give him the benefit of the doubt. Give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, we can't control Michael's life. We can't control his life.
Be careful, Michael. He's got, because Alex the beer master, he's all he talks about on social media is beer and stout and all that, and
I wish Michael all the luck.
And he's getting fatter and fatter every time.
He's getting fat, man. He really is getting fat.
Alex the beer master's
he's got a big belly.
And he's got the bitch tits. Remember when he had the no shirt on by the pool?
Yeah, that was a while ago. They're probably bigger now.
He was worshiping a hamburger on a plate by the poolside.
Because he doesn't work out. He doesn't do anything. He just drinks beer.
Drinks beer and he eats crap.
And he eats a bunch of fucking
He eats.
I had pot roast and potatoes tonight. It was delicious.
I don't like talking shit about people like that, but weed goes down well. Yeah, I mean, honestly, you're right.
Well, it's true. He does eat crap.
It's true. If you mix a little bit of weed with have a couple of beers, you probably won't drink as
A little
much.
bit of weed.
That's
Make a
good.
little love. Get down tonight.
Tonight,
Get down tonight.
Mike, you're doing good, man. You're doing good.
Just be
stick with
careful.
yeah.
Just be careful because it's different for Ronnie. He's got control. He's got the vice grips on he drinks so much and that's it. And he says, I'm done. At least I hope so. He says, I'm done. He puts the brakes on. But you're Mike had a real serious problem, and he's got to be careful. That's all. Just be careful. It's all for your own good, Mike.
Well, we'll see how the live stream goes tomorrow, right, Mike?
Yeah, Mike's live stream usually is on Sunday, but he's been starting it early. He usually starts it at 6 p.m. Eastern time, but he's been doing it early, so that's why I miss it.
I remember, a few years back, Mike used to go live, and he'd have a 12-pack of craft beer.
That's true.
And he would drink every single bottle, and he would get blown out of his mind.
Remember,
I don't think he's going to do that again. I don't think Mike's going to do that.
Remember Mike's terrace, the image? He's sitting on a nice sofa.
I remember the terrace. Yeah.
No, we saw it tonight. He was out sitting on that gray sofa.
Yeah.
On the terrace. Well, I remember when he drank a case of something, craft beer, and he actually couldn't stay awake anymore, and he lied down. He got rid of all those videos off his YouTube. He lied and he fell asleep during the live.
Well, that's all right. I mean, at least he didn't do something worse than that. He said that is never good drinking a pack.
Yeah,
you're right. So, Mike, I know you're not going to do it again, right? So that's great, man. That's good for you.
It's not all right if he's on a live stream and he falls asleep.
Yeah, but he knows that.
And then everybody's watching him sleep.
He knows. Mike, give him some credit.
Give him some credit if he's sleeping on
I'm saying like he recognizes he made some wrong decisions in the past, and he was sober for a while, and he turned the corner, right? So he's
messaging you, James.
We can't preach to Michael what to do with his life. Can't do that.
I'm not preaching to anybody.
No, we're not preaching, but we are psychoanalyzing. Like I was told, I make a good shrink. I'm just being analytical.
But you make a good shrinky dink. Remember those?
No, what's a shrinky dink?
A thing you'd make you'd take plastic and put an image on it, and then put it in the oven and shrink it.
What?
We did it in Cub Scouts. It was called a shrinky dink, and that's not your dick after you get out of cold water.
I got your back, Mike. I got your back, man.
We had the stupidest like gimmick candy when I was a kid. We had something called wax lips. They were big.
Tasted like shit. I had them. Yeah.
They were big. They were big lips with some kind of fruity, artificial fruity juice inside.
Yeah, and you'd chew them, and then you'd eat that wax.
And you had these big lips, big red lips. And it was really funny.
It was the good old days.
Yeah, creepy crawlers. I used to make my own rubber bugs. I used to put the latex whatever in the cooker, and it would bake them and make. We had a lot of stupid shit. I had Rock'em Sock'em robots.
I like those.
I had Operation, where
yes, that was fun.
You have to be very careful when you perform the operation, otherwise it'll go.
How about Mousetrap? Remember that one?
Mousetrap. I had Hot Wheels.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, I had Hot Wheels. You know, when I was a kid, we had no technology whatsoever, gentlemen. But you know what we did
play
have.
Cowboys and Indians.
That I'm getting to that. We had.
You're getting to that.
We had. We the only thing we had was our imagination.
Yes, and we were out of the house all the time.
And we were outside enjoying nature, you know, fishing. I was fishing. I had a flexible flyer sled. You know, that's back when winters were real winters.
Yes.
And we had a lot of snow where your fucking snowman lasted from December all the way to March. And
It doesn't happen anymore. It doesn't smell like that now.
My sled was made of wood and steel. It was painted red, called a flexible flyer.
The old school one?
Old school sled. I used to go down. We used to pick the steepest hill.
What about the toboggans? Remember those?
The kids. Okay, so James, the kids, you know, today they're always playing video games and shit, but it doesn't snow that much anymore, so they can't even do that.
No, they're shut-ins. They don't.
But okay, unless you live in Buffalo or some shit like that. Right. It doesn't snow like that in northern New Jersey or on Long Island. It doesn't snow like that. No. I know it doesn't. Right?
We used to have blizzard. We used to have.
So these kids, right? They just don't have that chance to be like that.
I used to enjoy the blizzards because I would go, I don't have to go to school.
You didn't have to go to school.
We had to go to school sometimes on the bus.
But now they have, James, now they have school from home. So they're, it's just like work from home.
When the bus wasn't
nobody gets a damn break.
Fangu.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck
school
that,
from
man.
home.
School from home, right?
We stood home on a blizzard, and I got to watch all the Saturday morning shows that were on, and the cartoons and everything.
So Western Mike, James, let's not ignore him here.
Oh, okay. Hey,
he
James,
wants to know your take on beer.
Let me tell you, I'll be perfectly honest with you. Craft beer is old world beer that has it. Honest to God, has high nutritional value, like a loaf of
bread,
multi-grain bread. No, I'm serious. The grains that are used to make craft beer, all those B vitamins and minerals don't go away. They go into the beer. Mm-hmm. So I think that craft beer has great nutritional.
Now, what about you don't like macro beer?
No, they're shit.
You don't like
chemicals. Nah, they're full of chemicals. Yeah, they're full of chemicals.
Well, you know what the difference is?
Preservatives.
This goes down easier. It's just like it's very light. You could just, have a few of them. The craft beer, it's like every sip, it's like a fucking
struggle.
It's like an exercise to get through every sip of the craft beer.
I know what you mean.
You know what I mean.
You know which one was easy drinking? I happen to be a fan of the brewery, Brooklyn style.
Brooklyn Brewery?
Brooklyn Brewery lager. It was like 5.something% alcohol.
Uh-huh. Brooklyn Brewery is a good one.
Brooklyn Brewery, let me tell you, every one of their products tastes great. It was light, it was drinkable. Their lager was like Modelo Especial.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like the Negro Modelo. Is my favorite.
The problem with Modelo is it's very, very high in calories.
Oh, it is?
It is. And it's basically very comparable to Corona. It has a little more flavor, but Corona itself is much lower in calories than Modelo.
Well, Corona is light.
I heard Corona is like old style in Mexico.
And Modelo.
Modelo's a pretty light, a light beer. I'll take a Modelo. I mean, a Corona. I'm saying a Corona.
Modelo came out with Oro, which means gold. Oro.
Yeah.
Modelo Oro is a light beer.
It's very, very light. It's actually extremely light. It's like 3.3. It's stupid.
Oh, God.
You shouldn't even bother with it.
Don't even bother with it.
That's what I'm saying. Don't even bother.
Really?
And Corona, okay, so Corona regular, they call it Corona Extra, is only like 4.5%. It's a pretty light beer. but they have Corona Light, which Corona Light is like 3%.
But Modelo owns
What are you doing with
Corona. Modelo makes Corona.
They're both under the same company. Yeah, I think it's called
Same
Constellation Brands.
umbrella.
Yeah, same. Yeah, yeah.
Budweiser is under that umbrella too.
I think Budweiser's related. You have to
And
ask like Ron
Stella,
Terrio. He
Stella,
knows about all that.
Stella
No,
Artois
is
Stella
also under
is
that
European.
umbrella.
Stella is not under that umbrella.
Yes, it is.
They are
It's owned
no,
by the
they're
same
European.
company.
No,
Yeah,
no.
Yes, it is.
They're European. This is Mexican stuff.
Aren't they
It's
Belgian?
owned by the same company,
Aren't they
Ronnie.
I don't think they
didn't
are.
say they're
I
made
don't
in the
think they
same
are.
brewery.
I don't think they are.
Yeah, they are. I'll bet you $1 million.
All right, maybe you're right. I don't really care.
Aren't they?
Google
Aren't
it.
they? Yeah, but aren't they Belgium?
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's see what he said. Let's
they're
do
all
hard
owned by the
liquor
same
next.
company.
Hold on, let's see what Michael says here.
Budweiser, Stella, and Corona, and Modelo.
Okay, maybe they are. Michael says let's do hard liquor next. See how that
boy.
goes. I don't know what you're talking about there, Michael. That's maybe not a good idea.
I could get some
Sounds
rum.
risky.
No, yeah,
I don't really like hard liquor. That's not my thing at all.
See, Alex the Beer Master is doing this when Michael's on the show. Yeah.
I like liquor in the front, poker in the rear myself.
Liquor in the front and poker in the rear. Is that what
You don't like to
it's
do
a-
the.
it's
You
an-
don't like the liquor in the rear.
If it's clean enough, yeah.
Yeah, why not, right?
Now, what
Gotta be
did
real
Jordy?
clean,
Oh, I
though.
forgot to give the link to Jordy. Oh shit.
Sure.
No.
Yeah, that's who's missing.
No, Jordy wanted me to give him the link while I
I
was.
like Jordy. He's a good
Yeah,
guy.
but I was still doing serious topic.
Oh, he asked you for it.
And he wanted, right away.
He always wants to come on the show, like when you first start.
Yeah, he says I have some place to go. I said, well, go. I said, don't let me interfere.
But I wonder if Michael's serious about this liquor stuff. I don't know. Don't get involved with liquor, Michael. Don't do that.
I think bitch tits there is tempting Michael, Western Mike.
Bitch tits.
I think he's tempting Western Mike. Be careful, Western Mike. It's like lightning. I wish it wasn't. I wouldn't get a copyright warning. I like to play that Danish troll song where the guy's going, boom, 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 boom. Oh boy.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, from South Park.
Sound like Bing Crosby. Boom, 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 boom.
I can't. I would love to play because it's hilarious, the video, but I'll get a copyright warning.
Wow.
It's
wow.
It's a South Park, but I could play this this thing about what not to do with women nowadays. About about the shit that they pull.
Talking about that video I sent you, James?
Oh, well, yeah, I saved that one. That was fucking fantastic.
Yeah, I thought you'd like it.
But this one is it says what never do these things for a woman. Guys that really that are betas that kiss ass, and the woman has no respect for them.
Well, I tell you one thing: the nicer you are to the woman, the worse they are to you.
That's what pretty much that's what happens.
They like to be treated badly. They enjoy it for some reason. Some of them.
Well, you're a challenge. How come you can't pause? Oh, there we go. I was going to say, how come you can't pause a video? Boom, 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 boom. I don't know if I send it to you. I'll send it to you off the air. It's really fucking funny. It's
okay.
It shows the Danish people walking around outside wearing these like red pajamas with this pointy hat like a troll. And the guy, instead of Colorado, he said Colorido. They had him mispronouncing all the words.
Okay.
Colorido. Let me see. This is about the woman, man. The woman.
It's only human to want clarity, predictability, simplicity. The all-new TD Clear credit card.
Hello dear viewers, welcome to another video. I'm Alex and today I'd like to talk to you about the rumor circulating on social media that suggests if you're a good man to your girlfriend or wife, you're weak. That's not true. It's normal that if you like a woman, you want to do everything for her. That's love, right? I've been in that place myself, loved a woman, did everything for her. It's normal. In the end, things didn't work out and we're not together anymore. But the reason for our separation wasn't me being too good to her. It was something entirely different, but I'll address that in another video. It's a long story. But is it true that women don't like good men? That's an interesting question because often the man who claims to be good isn't actually good. He's annoying, always irritating, which is different from being a good man. A good man is virtuous according to Stoic principles, living by the virtues of justice, courage, temperance, and wisdom. It's not true that women don't like a good man. A good woman will appreciate a good man. A woman who doesn't like a good man is also not worth it. So, you don't have to worry and think you have to stop being a good man, because women don't like it. They do. But only a good woman likes a good man, a woman of worth. What women don't like is when men only want to do good for them and humiliate themselves in the process. That's a big no, because when a woman likes you, she doesn't want you to humiliate yourself, quite the opposite. And if you do good for your girlfriend or wife, she also has to reciprocate. It can't be just giving because that will make her lose respect for you. These days, we see many men on the internet and social media humiliating themselves in front of women, acting like dogs, groveling, or accepting being treated like fools. That's not acceptable. These men have no respect for themselves. They're weak, a shame to other men, and even to women they are clowns damaging the image of men in general. That's not being a good man, it's being weak and foolish. A man can't do everything for a woman, give everything, continually make sacrifices and never receive anything in return. If he does, the woman will start to lose respect for him. Being a good man is not that. Being a good man is living life according to the 4 great virtues of the Stoics and allow his real and true value to emerge. Difficulties with courage, treating others with empathy, gaining respect while treating others justly. As Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and a key Stoic philosopher, said, "Be more demanding of yourself than of others. By living according to Stoic values, you'll become a high-value man, win the woman you love, and keep her by your side for life." But that woman also has to be a high-value woman. If she's a woman who likes to play games, manipulate, use, and dominate men, then get out of that relationship immediately. She's good for you, and she doesn't even deserve a high-value man. The woman must see you as a man who values himself, is willing to give but also expects to receive and has self-love. All relationships in life are based on giving and receiving. No one should stay in a relationship where they only give and never receive. Of course, I'm not saying that if your woman is going through a tough time and can't give anything to you right now, you should immediately leave. Each situation must be viewed uniquely and analyzed in detail. But if you see your girlfriend always trying to take advantage of you without giving anything in return, always demanding everything, then get out, my friend. She's not a good woman, and she doesn't deserve you. So, being a good guy and supporting your girlfriend isn't bad, but don't confuse being a good guy with being a clingy, overly attached guy who never lets go, creates constant pressure, and sends messages all the time. This pushes the woman away. She won't appreciate this guy and will find him boring and uninteresting. The man has to put up a little fight, has to value himself, and the woman has to understand that he is a high-value man. That's why bad guys can be successful with women in general. They're more detached because they don't care about the woman. This can generate temporary interest in the girl. It's like a challenge. But these bad guys have no attachment to women or anyone else but themselves and their own needs. So sooner or later the woman will realize this and bail out. In conclusion, it's important to understand that being a good guy to the woman you love isn't necessarily bad. On the contrary. However, Like everything else in life, you have to find a balance so you don't get carried away by your feelings for the woman and exaggerate. Never devalue yourself, and even if you love that woman, never let her disrespect or manipulate you, let alone humiliate yourself in front of her. Never do it, as it would make you look like a fool, and in the end, you'd Lucy that woman anyway. Secondly, carefully assess the character of the woman you're falling for. Don't be swayed by appearances. A beautiful face and a perfect body may not correlate with the person's character. If the woman isn't a good person, an honest, fair, affectionate person capable of reciprocating love, then nothing good will come from a relationship with her. My advice is to get out of that relationship as soon as possible. Don't let time pass because your feelings for her will grow. A relationship with a woman deserved will end sooner or later. Dear viewers, these were the considerations I had for you today. I hope they've been helpful and shed some light on the...
Good. I would say it's good advice.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah.
High value.
Yeah, I agree.
That was with a woman that
I've been
was
thinking about this stuff a lot more lately. I kind of went through a rocky road in my marriage.
Mm-hmm.
I told James that I was gonna get divorced.
Wow.
Yeah, remember I told you that, James?
Yep.
Well, the reason why
I kept it in confidence.
The reason why was because my wife caught me cheating on her with a 20-year-old girl that I met at a Hooters type establishment here in Florida. Yeah. And,
so she was waiting on you. She was the waitress.
Yeah.
And or barmaid or whatever. And you started. She was real friendly. You started chatting.
Beautiful girl, man. Yeah.
And you're chatting back. You know. And she was.
I asked her for a number.
Wow.
And then she started flirting.
I shouldn't have been doing that, man. I'm a married guy. Right?
She gave you signals. Hopefully, she gave you signals before you asked for her. But regardless, there's something was missing in your marriage.
You were married?
Yeah. To an extent, you're right, James. But I shouldn't have gone to that extreme.
Yes. Well, yeah.
But I can tell you, ever since we decided to put it behind us and start over, it's been great, man. It's been great emotionally, and it's been great sexually as well. It's like a whole new fire has been opened up, and it's like we're first, when we were
like
first
my
dating.
fire. You are my only desire. That's another disco song.
Right.
Did you guys go to marriage counseling yet, Ronnie?
We didn't. We were thinking about it, and I'm still thinking about it. I'm not sure if I want to or not.
All right.
It's a good idea. I know it's a good idea.
You know why it's good that Mick brought that up, marriage counseling, because women never forget anything.
They don't. No, men do. Yeah.
And someday she'll throw it up to your face.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So.
But I'll tell you, man. Going back, it's like. It's lust, dude. Like going to these places, and I thought I can control myself.
Can or can't?
I thought I could. I thought I could just go and like watch a baseball game, and see these girls walking around with their asses out and shit. But you get a couple of drinks and get flirty and shit. It's
get lucid.
Hard, man.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like my grandfather told me when I was in high school, he says a stiff prick has no conscience.
No, it doesn't.
What do you say?
Unfortunately, a stiff prick has no conscience.
Your grandfather told you that?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
I also heard go to bed with a stiff proposition, wake up with matters in hand.
So, what did you take from your grandfather's advice?
Well, when I was in the Navy, I heard they put something called saltpeter in the food.
If you're in a sub, I heard they did that.
That it's supposed to take away your urges, your carnal urges, right? Is
You
that
did
right?
that to yourself?
It's supposed to it's supposed to subdue
Your libido.
Your libido.
Yeah.
Is that true, Mick? Though? Or?
Yeah, saltpeter is not good for you. It'll make your dick limp.
Did you actually do that, James?
No, in the Navy they put it in the food.
Did
you
they
were in
do
the
it?
Navy?
Yeah, they didn't tell it. They didn't make an announcement saying, "By the way,
Oh,
Sarah."
they didn't want you going to France and like fucking the girls, right?
Well, they don't want you. You know,
Well, they used to put give them saltpeter. Oh, like in submarines, they take it openly.
You know
It
what it
wasn't
is, guys.
secret.
You know, this is why the
There's
Navy
girls
and
at some of the bases.
in the Army does this, is because men. I was talking to my brother about this, and my sister. Men wake up in the morning with a hard on.
That means they got to piss, though.
No. It means that you're horny. Like you wake up in the first thing you think about is sex, right?
Well, you have to be able to differentiate the pee hard on from the.
I don't have to pee in the morning. It's not because of pee. I'll tell you that right now.
But you know when you got to go. So
I wake up, I'm thinking about sex. It's been like this since I was 12 years old. And I know other guys are like this. So we wake up. The first thing on our minds is sex. I mean, this is a disadvantage in the world.
When you're 12 years old,
that's why women have control over us. Because we're constantly thinking about sex. We're constantly thinking about sex. And that's why they can do these things.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about sex. What'd you say?
But Mick, do you kind of understand my point here?
Yes, we're very sexually driven because we don't have childbirth. We don't have to give birth to the kid, so we don't care.
Right.
We just think about the shebanging.
And I think it's not a strength; it's a weakness.
Oh, for the human race, it's a strength because we want to fuck all the time.
No, it's a weakness, dude.
But you should have self-control.
But for the human race, it's a good thing because
for the human race, sure. I mean, if we want to be monkeys, but
monkeys are always whacking off at the zoo.
But
we're talking about procreation of the wicked here.
But you should have self-control. A human being should have self-control.
A human needs to have self-control, right?
There's no excuse.
My point was that
there's a good song by Devo about "I've got no self-control." It's called. It's quite good.
My point was that men wake up in the morning horny with a hard on.
I like Gates of
Steel. Women don't wake up in the morning horny.
No, you have to get them in the mood.
You gotta get them into it, so they don't wake up like that.
Because
that's my point.
Because they're aroused by what they hear.
Other stuff.
Women often do like morning sex, though.
No, they do, but you have to start it though.
Of course you do.
Right.
But if you're there, if you're lying next to them, they're automatically turned on by the man who's lying next to them because you have some kind of a interaction with each other.
But the other point that I wanted to highlight here, relating to my my story, and then I'll get off talking about myself.
Well, we digress.
I just wanted to say that I was thinking about getting divorced, right? I was putting it into my head, I was like, maybe it's better. Maybe I get more freedom. She's always up my ass and shit. Blah blah blah. I tell you, man, like I don't really want to be involved in the current state of affairs of dating. It scares the fuck out of me, dude. I just don't want to be there. And yeah, I think it's much safer to just stay with my wife.
It's not what it used.
It's not what it used to be. And we've been together for so long that I haven't been in the dating world for a long time. And I don't think I can handle that shit that's going on out there. I don't think I can do it.
No,
there's a good song by Typo Negative. I don't want to be me. Yeah, you don't want to be out there. It's tough, dude. Women
not-
aren't the same.
Well,
They don't want to have relationships.
Thanks to the
And
feminine.
it's all online, right, Nick? You got to go
And it's
through all
going
these.
nowhere online. I'm telling you, these women, you talk to them, they don't seem interested. They don't let you try to pursue them. They don't. I haven't had a date in like
Don't
a
pursue
year or
'em.
two.
Just act cool, act sophisticated.
And all,
Don't.
James, you
all
can't do
these
that.
women, you don't even know them. They want you to take them out to dinner, and then you never see them again. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're
Never
dinner
seen
and
it.
drink whores.
Yeah,
They're dinner and
and
drink whores.
Now,
I'm still pursuing
Mick,
women, but I
how
haven't been
many of
successful.
these girls that you go out with through the internet give it up on the first night?
I don't want that. I just want to know.
But I'm
if they
saying
have a
how
future.
many of them do it though?
We're gonna do what? Buy them dinners?
No, I'm saying how many of them give it up on the first night?
Only whores usually do.
Right,
So
sluts and whores.
Sluts
that's
and
not the
whores will
common
fuck you
thing
up
in
first
your
night.
They should pay. They should, if you're just getting acquainted, they should pay for their own
You
food and
shouldn't. You
drinks.
should work
Yeah,
your
but
way
the
up to
James,
inviting them out to a
that's
dinner.
different, though.
But,
So
We're supposed to have equality.
so Mick, in your experience,
yeah.
Most of them don't give it up on the first night.
Oh no, I've had a few women
Okay,
in my
so
life do that, but not a
I've
bunch.
heard
A handful of women have
I've
given it
heard
up
that
to
this
me.
happens a lot now with I guess the younger generation, maybe.
Oh well, I heard the younger
my
generation's
age
not
and younger.
fucking as much.
My age and younger.
How old are you? 24, 27,
No.
31?
Mm-hmm.
18.
32. 32.
Okay.
32.
Well, you know, first I wanted to say congratulations to you for manning up to what you went through and working it out with your wife. That's not easy to do, brother.
Thank you. Yeah,
So
thanks.
good for
It
you.
was
And I
was
hope,
really tough, dude. Honestly,
well,
it was a tough
I
thing.
do urge a little bit of counseling though to make repairs for the long term. I'm not ever been married, but I'm just thinking that might help you both.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a wise decision also.
Yeah. Little marriage counseling, try to
Yeah,
strengthen
I've
your
heard that from a lot
marriage.
of people, and I think we're gonna do it. I think we are.
Well,
yeah.
you do what you want.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you my opinion. I don't know
Yeah.
you or your wife
Well,
that well.
because there was something like Ronnie said to me, you know, I think you're right, James. There was there's something missing in the marriage that
just
him
you know,
that caused Ronnie
to look
not
elsewhere,
not to use self-control.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the counselor, the social worker, is the answer to try to find out.
How long was this affair? Like a month, 3 weeks?
Yeah, it wasn't that long. Yeah, about a month.
I bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
It's usually
quick.
fleeting with those younger women, the waitresses and shit.
You were probably
it was quick and it was crazy.
Jackhammer with a young chick.
I remember I picked up a waitress at a restaurant once, and she didn't
like a
jackhammer
jackhammer
or anything.
Chick like that.
Yeah.
Like a rabbit, fucking like a rabbit.
Like a rabbit, screwy, wascooey, woodagway rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
I picked up this broad at a restaurant.
I mean,
at a bar.
you could imagine, right?
Yeah, I know.
I picked up a girl at a bar years ago as a waitress, and she never even fucked me. So I drove home drunk and still made it home. I don't recommend driving drunk, but I did when I was younger and dumber.
And this was a Hooters waitress too.
Well, yeah, Hooters waitresses are quite attractive.
It's not Hooters; it's a Florida equivalent of Hooters.
Okay.
This is being basically the same kind of thing, though.
Sure. I'd like to find a nice girl to spend the holidays with, but it's not going to happen.
So who do you spend the holidays with? Right.
Well, it was my family, and half my family are deceased now. It's quite sad. We had a family of 6. Now we're only 3. And my
brother. So are you going to go with 3? Or?
Well, as I mentioned, my one brother, his daughter had a baby, so they're going out to Seattle where she lives. So it's just me and my oldest brother, and I told him, well, let's get together. We're family. It's rough. My brother-in-law.
Where is he located?
He's in Darien. That's just about 40 minutes from me. And
come on, 40 minutes is not. It's nothing, man. You guys should get together.
I didn't say it was. I'm just telling you where it is.
Yeah.
And then my brother-in-law, my sister passed away last year in 2022. My mom and sister both passed away. It was tragic. And my brother-in-laws, they used to have Christmas Eve at my sister and brother-in-law's, and that's over now. So it's kind of rough. I was thinking about my
things are
family.
changing, right?
Yeah, I was thinking about my family yesterday, and I was missing them, and I was tearful-eyed. I mean, it's so sad around the holidays to think
I
about
mean,
your
I
loved
get
ones.
pretty lonely down here, in Florida, especially during the holidays. My whole family's up in New York. It's only me and my wife here.
Is your wife from New York?
Yeah.
So do you guys you only go back for Thanksgiving, not Christmas?
No, not for Christmas. Thanksgiving is more the family one. Christmas is all about the kids,
Yeah.
It's crazy. And the good thing about Thanksgiving is that you get the 4-day weekend. Thursday,
Yeah,
you always
most
get
times,
that.
yeah.
Christmas, you never know what day Christmas is going to fall on. And it's like
Exactly.
sometimes you got to go to work the next day.
That's brutal.
My sister always tries to get the next day off. She hates going into work the next day.
The day after Christmas, yeah.
The day after a holiday. Oh, because
Brutal.
she's tired. She prepared all that food.
Yeah.
Oh, but before I forget, I wanted to have I do love the post office. I get things delivered all the time from the internet. But today they pissed me off. They send a message saying, missing address. They do stuff like that when they screw up and they don't deliver a package. They put in an excuse.
I've seen that before,
It was obstructed delivery. Yeah, there's no obstructed
delivery. They screwed up.
There's no missing address. And I was pissed. I called the post office. They were closed already. So that was kind of a drag.
They fucked up because the people have brain cell deficient.
The best job you can get, Mick, is at the post office.
My nephew works there. He actually does work, though.
The best fucking job you can get. You got government benefits, limited bullshit hours. You're not working that hard, right, James? It's got to be one of the best jobs you can get.
My postman is always joking around and smiling and laughing and saying hi to people.
My grandma always told me I should have joined the post office because my grandfather, when he was alive, he went to World War II. Right, so he was in World War II. When he got home, he joined the post office, and he became. They moved from the city from the Bronx out to Long Island, and he kept his job at the post office, and he became the postmaster general of the town.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Because the towns were small back then.
Yeah.
And on Long Island, the suburbia was.
Did you have a lot of medals on, like?
No, it was nothing crazy like that.
Patton,
No.
I was gonna, I worked. I had a coworker when I worked with seafood. Right, I had a kid. He was Peruvian. He was He had a.
You had a union job too.
I don't even know if he had a green card. He must have had a green card. Anyway,
he worked there. Yeah.
Yeah. So either that or he had the worker's visa, but he was Peruvian. Hell of a nice kid. Anyway, he took the exam and he started working for the post office part-time for the holidays, for the Christmas season. Okay, long story short, after the Christmas season, he applied and he got a job with the post office. And you know what his starting salary was for a Peruvian kid? Right off the boat, $17 an hour with benefits.
Wow, okay. Did he have that Peruvian marching powder?
He must have had some shaman put a spell on him.
Well, what's minimum wage, James? James, minimum wage is like $15, right? So he's only getting $2 more than minimum wage.
No, back then it wasn't. That was back then.
Oh, how long ago was this?
This was during the 1990s.
Oh, okay.
So 17 at that time.
Yeah.
For a kid that's used to making what he made in Peru is
fucking beans, right?
Yeah, what were they getting? Black beans? Frijoles negro? Yeah.
Yeah, they paid him with beans, I think.
Navy beans?
Navy beans. In the Navy. Remember the Bills?
You'll be quite gay in the Navy.
Navy. In the Navy.
In the Navy.
Too bad we can't play.
Didn't like Marilyn Monroe do like a skit of that? That was like one of her famous things.
On a carrier, didn't she do some USO shit?
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, something like that.
I
she was
remember
like saluting
Bob Hope
and like throwing her legs up like the Rockettes.
You know, Joe DiMaggio used to get so pissed off when he was married.
Joe DiMaggio went out with her, right?
And she was getting attention like from guys, and her dress used to blow up all the time.
That was just in a movie, that dress thing.
Yeah, like he couldn't get in his head that this was the woman's career. Like,
yeah, well, she was kind of a loose woman. She fucked both of the Kennedys.
He wanted probably a traditional, old-fashioned.
No, Joe DiMaggio probably just wanted to have like a hot girl on the
team. That marriage didn't last very long.
I don't think he really cared.
That marriage
he was like a playboy guy. You know?
Who, DiMaggio?
Yeah, they weren't married very long.
Yeah.
He should have never married her.
If that was transferred to like today, they would have never even gotten married because people don't really get married anymore.
Well, this is why,
especially since it was so short.
This is probably why actors and actresses only date each other, because they can understand the lifestyle of an actor.
I mean, the average actor or actress probably was married 3 times in their life. 3 fucking times.
Crazy, man.
That's just fucking stupid.
Yeah. We gotta look at their personality.
That's not how we are. We are normal people. We don't do that.
Well, they're very selfish.
They're self-centered. They're
and they have affairs. When Bridget Nielsen did when she was married to Stallone, and she did that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, The Red Sonja. Like it was one of his Conan movies. And she had an affair with Arnold Schwarzenegger, being married to Stallone. And I think that started the war, that the hatred between Stallone and Arnold, because they used the excuse that Arnold suckered Stallone to do the movie
Expendables.
No, what is it? Stop or My Mama Will Shoot, with the old lady from the Golden Girls.
Oh,
something like that. A comedy where the guy's mother would be like always interfering all the time. Like the Raymond Show. The mother.
Do you remember when Mark Gaston retired because of Bridget Nielsen?
Oh, his retirement was connected to Bridget Nielsen?
Oh yeah. And then they end up not being together.
What happened? Why would he give up his football?
She was supposedly sick or something, and he retired to take care of her, and then she left him.
And so that's the gratitude he got.
Yeah, you don't remember being a New Yorker? You don't remember when that happened?
He's not a New Yorker. He lives in New Jersey.
No, I remember.
That's the same thing. New York and New Jersey are one state.
It's not though, because if you notice, James doesn't know a lot of stuff about New York.
I remember Mark Gastineau on the Jets, yes, and I remember he was married to
Bridget Nielsen. She married like 5 different guys. She was with Flavor Flav last.
Oh, that freak
with the bad teeth.
Yeah, and that big medallion around his neck.
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's like such a turn off.
Clock? Yeah, a clock around his neck.
Yeah, it was a clock.
Yeah, because he was always not on time or some bullshit.
Nobody cares. It's stupid.
And now she looks
hell
terrible.
Will they say once you go black, you don't
black, you'll never go back? I went black and I've gone back.
Oh, you're a guy. You probably have more.
Horrible. She looks like Tammy Lynn Sitch. Sunny looks now.
Did she ever come back from the black?
I did.
No, not you. The woman you're talking about.
Bridget Nielsen? Yeah. I don't know if she's still with Flavor Flav or not.
I think they're still together.
Remember the old song?
Don't know. Don't care to know.
Rose is black in Spanish Harlem. It was an old song. A rose is black.
One time, my late mother said something funny. Cher was in a hard rock band called Black Rose, and my mom said the only black rose she'd have is if they had a tattoo right by her sphincter of a stem.
Wow. Damn.
My mom said that. I'm like, whoa, hey, Mom.
Jeez.
It was pretty funny, actually.
That is funny.
I wasn't like a little kid. I was like 14 or 15. I'm like, wow.
Remember Moonstruck when Cher yelled at Nicolas Cage, snap out of it.
She was bragging about being 8 years celibate. I'm like, what's there? Why are you bragging about that? Your penis probably got dried up.
8 years?
He's more than 8 years now. You saw Ryan O'Neal passed away, right?
Who's Ryan O'Neal?
Yeah,
the actor that
he's
fucked
been
Farrah.
He's been dead a long time, hasn't he?
No, he just passed away. No, he hasn't.
Who's that, Mick?
Ryan
I
O'Neal,
know
the
name,
actor.
but I don't really remember what he's from.
He was in Love Story and some other shit.
Yeah, he's in the 60s. He was in 1960s.
Wasn't he? Didn't he do a remake of A Star Is Born with Barbara Streisand?
I can't stand her.
I
can't stand a rich person.
He did a movie called The Driver that was good.
I can't stand a rich person who doesn't get a nose job that really needs it.
Go punch her in the nose next time you see her. You'll have to get one.
Well, South Park did a good job of making fun of her.
Yeah, so Ryan O'Neal, I believe he brought his daughter in to the bedroom, Tatum. Just like
what?
John,
For what?
like when he'd have women, the daughter and him would do drugs and he'd bring her into the bedroom. It was Tatum O'Neal. I think it was something like that happened.
People,
Same thing happened with
what the fuck is
John
in
Phillips.
their head, you know?
John Phillips brought his daughter into the bedroom. Mackenzie Phillips, she's all screwed up.
Horrible, bro. You know who?
Yeah,
you know
it is
who
pretty bad stuff.
Her mother is like way
I found out
prettier.
something about that, like kind of thing with somebody recently. It was forget her name.
Her mother was on the Mamas and the Papas.
The father was too.
Oh really?
John Phillips.
The girl who was in E.T. The little girl that was in E.T. Drew Barrymore, that's her name.
Yeah, she's not attractive to me.
I was just like, I found out like recently that when she was in E.T., like she was so young, she was only like 4 or 5. She became a star, and her mom started taking her to Studio 54.
Oh shit!
And then by the time she was like 7 years old, she was doing coke with them at Studio 54. Yeah, so it's like her life was just ruined, and she became like this fucked up person. And then it was just really crazy ass story, man. It was like disturbing to me, to hear that shit.
It's very disturbing. How they
wasn't her grandfather John Barrymore?
Yeah, she came from a family of like a lot of actors that they went back even before her grandfather, like to her like great grandfather. And they were all Barrymore.
Lionel Barrymore or John Barrymore.
Yeah.
There was a bunch of
there's a lot of famous ones, yeah.
There's a bunch of going back to silent movies, maybe.
Silent movies, yeah.
Wasn't Lionel Barrymore the one in It's a Wonderful Life? Wasn't he the old man, Cratchit or whatever his name was?
Yeah.
Yeah, what a prick.
Yeah, he was. That's who he played.
Yeah, that
was her uncle, and I think that was her uncle. And then she had a grandfather, and she had a father, but her father wasn't really that good in movies, and he was kind of like a hippie. He fell into the hippie movement, and he was only in like a couple, like 2 movies, and they weren't even that great. That was John Barrymore. And then
John Barrymore did some acting before
there was a couple of different John Barrymores, because his dad was also John Barrymore.
And there was the Hemingways, the chick Marielle Hemingway,
and one of them, the father committed suicide, and then one of the daughters did. Unfortunately,
Hemingway.
Suicide runs in families.
Suicide does run in families. That's
it's in the blood.
2 Hemingway chicks, Marielle.
Alcoholism, suicide, homosexuality. It runs in a lot of families.
You think so? But now they got so many homosexuals.
We have alcoholism in our family.
You have so many these days, so many homosexuals. It's like they came out of nowhere.
You know,
well, TV promotes homosexuality all the
So
time.
people are just like, oh, I'm going to be homosexual now.
They push it all the time.
Because,
You're right.
And they also, because all the writers are gay, they also promote interracial relationships on commercials with black men and white
women.
women.
Did though, right? Going back to like the 70s, they've been doing that shit.
They were writing, homosexuals were writing the stories for kids.
I don't find any of the shows
the
funny.
homosexual Jews, right?
Any of them.
Do you remember Ode to Billy Joe with Robbie Benson, and he ends up killing himself because he slept with a preacher? Why the fuck did I need to see that when I was 7?
Wow. I never heard of that.
They also had some after school specials where some guy was gay, and I'm like, what's with all the gay?
In the 70s?
Yeah, do you remember they had a movie with who was the middle girl from was it Jan from the Brady Bunch? When she got older, she was in a movie where she was a prostitute, and there was a guy that was a prostitute, and they said he's like what was that Greek fucker that was bisexual?
Aristotle Onassis?
No, I'm talking about in history. Achilles. He was
Alexander the Great was
great. Yeah, they called this prostitute guy Alexander the Great. Well, Alexander the Great took on pipe too, so he was bisexual. So they promoted that shit on TV, and you're like, why do I want to know this? I mean,
you know that
it was way out of hand.
Wow.
You know that Barry Williams?
I know it is now, but I'm surprised that you say that about the 70s.
Yeah.
What, James?
Barry Williams, who was great.
Yeah, did he fuck Mrs. Brady or?
Hold on, he had an affair with both Maureen McCormick, Marcia, right?
Yeah,
Marcia, and Florence Henderson that played the mother. He banged both of them.
He didn't bang Alice though.
Oh come on, the maid.
They say that the maid.
That was a joke, buddy.
No, but listen, they say the maid was only like 40 years old at that time. Like she looked older than she actually really was.
Really?
Who was the repair guy that was dating her? What was that guy's name? Sam or something?
And they said that Jan, who was
supposed to be envious of Marcia, you know, everything is Marcia.
Yeah.
She had a flatulence problem on the set. She'd be farting all the time.
Probably took too much anal from the producer.
She should have. Wouldn't that be funny if they introduced farting on
the guy that was supposedly dating Alice? He was really dating Mr. Brady, I bet.
You know,
so one of
he
them
was a closeted homosexual.
Mr. Brady said he was gay.
Was a closeted homosexual.
One of them had a crush on him. The father.
One of the
kids? The girls?
Either Jan or Maureen McCormick.
And they found out he was a pole smoker.
And then they found out he was a pole smoker.
So what do they think then?
Well, then the crush is.
The crush ended?
I don't know.
Like, did they find out during the show, or it was later on?
No, it was. He was in the closet till he died.
Okay.
I had a gym teacher that lost his job and got in trouble because the high school girl kept flirting with him, and
I had a gym teacher, James. Oh, go ahead.
Pursued him.
Finish your story.
Yeah, that's all.
That's it. I had a high school gym teacher, a woman. She was very, very attractive. She was only like 20 years old, like straight out of, or maybe like 22. She was like straight out of college, and I was 18 at the time, like a senior in high school, and she was really hot. So all the guys used to like try to flirt with her and shit. The year after I graduated, she got fired because she went into like the gym class with just like a sports bra on. Like a sports bra and leggings. And they
really
sounds good.
They fired her for that though.
I'd hire her.
You remember the story of the teacher, the real pretty blonde teacher in Florida that actually had an affair with one of the male students?
Like a 14 or 15-year-old?
I believe
yeah, and there was
that was recently, right?
No, girl. Listen, a young teenage boy, minor or not a minor, cannot be corrupted or traumatized by a hot older female that breaks him in like a baseball glove. There's no way you're going to traumatize a young guy in puberty.
So
you're
saying like they shouldn't be fired for wearing?
Well, you know, one of them
like
went
that?
to jail, and then when she got out, they got together and they became a couple.
I guess it depends if like she's having sex with kids, high school kids.
Well, a lot of those teachers get in that role to meet younger
really,
people.
Like, be mixing kid with teacher having sex with them. That's not really the thing to do.
It's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, it's a conflict of interest.
Pedophiles often put themselves in roles so they can get
like,
closer to the younger generation.
Being a pedophile, like if it's like a 22-year-old guy with an 18-year-old girl, that's not really a pedophile.
No, I'm talking about a 30-year-old teacher with a 14-year-old boy or a 25-year-old teacher. Yeah. That's a pedophile.
That's on the line, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's what this woman was, and then they got together after that and became a couple. Isn't that wacky?
These teenagers.
She's a pedophile, on the woman's side. You don't usually think about.
Yeah, women can be pedophiles too.
Pedophiles, but they are. Yeah, you're right.
There's plenty of them. Teachers, just look at them. How many there been?
The kids are blabbermouths. They tell all their friends what they have an affair with a certain teacher, and then
and you're getting pussy. They want to brag.
And then the kids, and then one of the parents of one of the kids overhears.
These kids can't keep a secret. No.
And no, it's the fucking parents that get out.
You shouldn't think that they would be able to, like, this pedophile is just, they're so enraged by their fucking impulses that they're not thinking about what they're fucking doing. Of course these kids are going to tell their parents and shit, and word's going to, like, get out.
Listen, I remember.
These people are fucked up, James. They're fucked up.
They're fucked
and that's
up.
why they can't control themselves.
I'm going to tell you a fucked up story, and this reminds me of another fucked up part of history called Prohibition. Near my hometown of Lodi, there's a town called Saddlebrook. They opened up an adult store that sell toys and whatever.
Magazines
now,
and
if
videos.
You were an adult, if you were an adult, why would you need a toy?
Right. I find the toys to be
they
boring.
call it an adult store, but they have toys.
Yeah.
Adult bookstore is what they're called.
They need to, like, fix their language.
Right. Something's missing in their relationship.
Women like vibrators on their clits. That's what adult bookstores are for.
I always become immune quickly to any device, any toy. Anyway, we digress. They open up the store, and lo and behold, all these fat older housewives and curlers are fucking protesting. Close the store. This is obscene. Close the store.
Feminine.
It makes my clit want more vibrators. Close
like
it.
You say, James, they're all fat, right? And
but the store,
they're fat, and they probably have dyed blue hair.
Yeah, I mean, the store's on a highway, and the residential houses are on a side street.
Yeah.
But there was an adult baby store by me that there was a bunch of protests.
Huh?
You know that fetish, adult babies?
No, I never heard of that, and I don't want to know about it.
I don't want to know about that.
Yeah, it's where you dress up like a baby. One of you does.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to indoctrinate you into the clan, Ronnie. I'm sorry. It's too late. You're a member.
I don't want to hear that.
You talk.
It has nothing to do with kids. It's not molesting kids.
I just don't.
You're talking about cross dressers?
No, adult babies.
No, James,
it's a whole nother fetish.
Don't ask him. Just leave it alone. I don't want to hear that.
Well, it's a real thing. I'm not part of it.
I don't want to hear
it's not that big of a deal.
I'm not into this fucking weird shit.
Well, anyways, they had a store. People protested. I don't know if it's still there. I never went.
Okay.
The end.
Leave it at that.
Well, I do know one thing, that many fetishes are really weird.
Yeah, like
like foot fetishes. I don't get that at all.
Fine, leave it at that. We don't have to go beyond.
I'm not going to go beyond many.
Oh, I thought this is anything goes. What do you mean?
Oh, it's supposed to be anything goes.
Yeah, so you may be uncomfortable with it. I'm not.
Oh, I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules.
There are.
Oh, I know. I'm just telling you what I know.
There are
anything goes.
Friends who runs
My way, your way, anything goes.
My friend, a little Jimmy Pesto, that runs Platinum Dolls, Gentlemen's Club.
Yeah.
I use
Nice.
that quote unquote
Term loosely.
Loosely.
Mm-hmm.
Once in a while, they have events there where by invitation only. Then he locks the door. And anyway, long story short, there was a fetish event that they held at Platinum Dolls, and there were some fucking wacky things.
Yeah, I'm sure.
This black guy had a foot fetish.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it.
And he had this blonde white girl lube up her foot and her ankle, and the whole up to her calf was up his ass. Her foot.
You got rid of Ronnie. That worked. Bye, Ronnie. Yeah, I'm not into fisting at all. I think it's disgusting and stupid. Yeah. That adult babies thing is when some adult wears diapers and someone else babies them, and then that's what adult babying is. Don't say it. Yeah.
Oh, they want to recreate.
They have something called glamour. Well, they want to do it in a sexual way. So they have something called Glamour Con here where they have porn stars and stuff. Glamour convention. Because I guess it's glamorous to be a porn star.
Yeah, what was that? Tracy Lords that they didn't know she was a minor? That was Tracy Lords.
She did that herself. They didn't recruit her. She lied and then blew the lid on it. She was kind of a cunt bag for doing what she did.
She knew how to
was
she
16.
knew how to apply her makeup than she was.
And she had a forged document.
Got you.
Yeah, she wasn't the victim. She was the perpetrator of the crime, I believe. No one told her she had to get into porn. They didn't have a gun to her head.
Well, they don't have a gun to.
What about Miley Cyrus?
No, most of these women, most women in the adult entertainment industry, they like it. They choose to be in the adult entertainment.
Well, unfortunately, I've heard a certain amount of them have been molested before they entered the adult. They become more loose that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like this feminist on Twitter.
Yeah, they're nymphomaniacs.
They called it this human trafficking of women. That's a tiny percentage, and they usually prey on females from like third world countries.
You know, there's a lot of suicides in porn. There's also a lot of suicides in WWE.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people dropping dead in pro wrestling too, before their time.
Yeah, there is.
You know, a drug.
What the fuck's that about? Steroids?
Addiction to painkillers.
Yeah, I mean, what about that one fucker that killed his whole family?
Oh, Chris Benoit.
That piece of shit.
Yeah, he killed.
Just go kill yourself.
He strangled his wife and his little child. His wife.
What a piece of shit!
I
hate when
he hung himself.
Yeah, he should have just hung himself and left them alone.
The problem is when justice is served, the problem is the damage is already done.
You know, the thing of it is, a lot of them think that they can't take care of them, so they're gonna have to take them with them. That bullshit.
Well, that is the ultimate in selfishness. Really.
It's also very wicked and very mean-spirited to kill a child.
That's what me and Ronnie were talking about.
Right,
the human race is inherently evil.
The human race is inherently evil.
That's it.
Not all of it. Some of it.
No, yeah. The whole race is evil.
No, not all of it. I don't agree.
Well,
temptation.
Some of it.
That's
temptation.
What we're stuck with. Humans are evil people. They're evil. They're evil.
Not all of it. Only some of it.
We have good qualities, but we're born with evilness. that we can never overcome.
Not all of
We
us.
can never overcome.
Well, if you
I
have
wasn't born with it.
Okay, if a person has self control, and they're in the Word, in other words, they believe that Jesus is their Savior, and and they believe in God, and they have self control, they can resist the temptations of sin and evil. It can be done, but the forces of evil are very sneaky and very crafty. I mean, they're thousands of years old. There are many.
Bless you.
Thank you. There's like tens of thousands of years old.
They're tens of thousands of years old, and how old are we? We're all less than 100 years old.
Excuse me.
So they have so much
highly
more experience than us.
They can listen.
Humans
They
have.
can read your mind.
Right.
If somebody is possessed, and let's say you're with
a
the
nobody,
priest,
man. Yeah.
you're with helping the priest to perform an exorcism. What the priest is trying to do is get the demon to tell him what his name is. Once you know the demon's name,
Beelzebub.
They lose a lot of power.
If they know their name.
Okay, but the demon knows your past, present. They work on your weakness.
Right.
So
Yes.
they'll tell you something that
and
happened
they're much
to you
stronger than you are.
Well, they'll tell you something to make you feel rotten, to make you feel guilty.
Yeah.
Like they'll bring up something from your past. In other words, it's your weak point. They'll bring up your weak points, and they're trying to tear down your spirit.
Us as men, what is our weak point? For the most part, it's sex. That's our weak point.
Yeah, or it could be that
Gambling. It could be a lot of things.
It could be a person was lousy to
I think for the most part. Okay, but 3 of us are men here. What would you say your weak point is, Mick? You don't think it's sex?
I'm sorry. What's that?
What would you say your weak point is?
The number one weak point?
I like to soothe my inner child too much with purchasing
battling
things.
the devil. What would you say your weak point is?
I like to soothe my inner child with purchases. I buy too many things.
You think that's worse than
Me too.
like your sexual desires?
Yeah, it is.
Because you're not married. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, what does that have to do with it?
Well, if you were married, then you would only have one woman, so you wouldn't be able to like have sexual desires for like all kinds of other women.
No, what he's trying to say, I think, what Mick's trying to say is, when you have certain anxieties, you're trying to fill the gaps. You're trying to fill the holes with different things.
Sure. Yeah.
Like for instance, these guys that do live streams all the time,
and they're always drunk.
They're the camaraderie of being.
Why do you think they drink so much?
Well, they have too much time on their hands. They probably don't have a significant other.
Some of them do, though. No, some of them do have significant others.
Well, I mean the ones that are always live streaming about beer and booze. Like certain people we know that are always live streaming.
Yeah.
And they're trying to fill a gap.
Like they're lonely, you think?
They're lonely, and they're keeping their mind busy. What's the old saying? The idle mind does the devil's work.
Idle hands are the devil's workshop.
Idle hands is the devil's workshop.
Right. These guys are not doing.
Idle mind is the devil's workshop, not idle hands.
No, I thought it was idle hands.
Idle mind.
Idle hands are the devil's workshop, and then
no. Wrong, incorrect, sir.
When you're idle,
idle mind is the devil's workshop.
All right. I believe you.
All right, God damn it! Trying to make a fucking point here. God damn it! Oh, anyway,
salt and pepper. Let's talk about sex.
I thought it was hands because it's workshop, but I guess you can have a workshop in your mind too, right?
No, the mind is a little more, makes more sense than idle hands.
But also workshop. If you have hands, you're going to be in a workshop.
Well, let's say somebody is whacking off a little
I mean,
too
I think that's
much.
the point. You're not supposed,
And they don't have idle
You're not
hands.
supposed to whack off, right?
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
It's not good for you.
It's not very good.
Well, yeah, it is. It's good to release semen. It's good for your prostate.
And
who said it's not good for you?
James just said
Well,
that.
too much.
James just said that. It's not good for you.
Excessively. Well, in moderation is the
I remember
key
there was a kid when I was in high school, in 11th grade, in health class.
It could be laugh already.
In health class, he did a project, and his point of the project was jerking off makes you depressed.
Makes you depressed.
Makes you depressed.
Yeah, depressed. So that was his like thesis, and he had to prove that point.
He had to prove it.
Okay.
So his point was that jerking off makes people depressed, or makes young.
Jerking off is hard to do it in 11th grade at class.
And the teacher was like, "Well, this is a very interesting concept, and let's explore it." So then we had like a whole debate about whether it makes
on how to jerk off, when to jerk off,
how did the girls,
who to jerk off with.
How did the girls react to this kid in high school?
I mean,
did they blow him?
They took part in the debate. The guy who was actually
I thought you were going to say in the masturbation.
The guy who was actually presenting it was like kind of a nerd guy.
Okay.
So
yeah, but what were the girls? How were the girls participating in this discussion?
They were participating in the back and forth. So his thesis was jerking off makes males depressed.
Yeah, because when you're finished, then when
you're finished, you have nothing else. Like
I don't get depressed when I jerk
come
off.
to the reality.
So what do you do after you come to the climax?
I usually fall asleep.
Come to the climax,
and then you fall asleep.
No, you come to the realization that you don't have anybody in your life.
Yeah, you're sad. You're sad.
You got hand. That's
it. I don't. I just feel good after
There's a fucking hand. That's pathetic. I mean, that's pretty sad. That is pretty sad.
This has to go down in history as one of the most invigorating, enlightening shows I ever did. I just want to thank the both these.
You're not leaving yet, though.
Yes,
right?
welcomes. Yes, welcomes.
James.
Y'all.
Now, what about these women that protest?
Let me grab. I have to plug my computer in, so I'll be right back. All right.
Yeah, these women were not attractive that were protesting the adult store.
I just know it's true, okay? It just is. Now shut up.
Now the group Chicago, I heard they were classical musicians before they formed the band. I heard they were quite talented. They're classical musicians.
Interesting.
That's what I heard. Baby, what a big surprise. Da, da, right before my very eyes.
I like 6 to 1 and I'm a Man is a good one by them, and a few other things.
Saturday in the Park. Every day's the 4th of July.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. You know that song 26 or 9 is about writing a song? I thought it was about doing drugs. It sounds like drugs. Should I do some more?
I think, wasn't it Chicago that did the song from the last Karate Kid with Mr. Miyagi and Daniel-san?
I honestly don't know.
About what
I honestly
don't
know.
The love relationship between Daniel-san and that Japanese girl from Okinawa.
That's the second one. I didn't see that one yet, luckily.
Well, there was the first one, and then the second one.
He didn't have any Japanese girl in that one.
The second one, he is when he
Japanese. Won. Did he knock her up?
Daniel-san won, and the third one had to do with
a girl.
The reason why something tragic happened in Mr. Miyagi's youth, in his past.
Wax on, wax off?
Yeah. He had to return to Okinawa to deal with this problem of him and this other guy were after the same woman, something like that. And a tragedy happened with a woman. I think.
Pat Moriarty, wasn't that his name, the actor?
Pat Morita.
Morita, okay.
Yeah, he was also on Sanford.
I liked him.
He ran the Chinese takeout call. His name was Ah Chu.
He was also on, of course, Happy Days till he sold to Al. Went from Arnold's to Al.
He was the original Arnold on Happy Days, and he also was on.
See, they racially profiled him in that.
But he was also on Odd Couple, where he knew Felix Unger during the Second World War, where Felix
was like a known homosexual. I know he had a kid when he was 80, but was he a known homosexual other than that?
He seemed quite
Randall. Gay. Yeah, Tony Randall seemed gay to me.
He did act pretty gay, but
yes.
Well, Johnny Carson acted a little weird too.
I never thought Carson was ever gay. He didn't lisp like Tony Randall. A lot of gay men like to have kids, I noticed. So they'll have sex with a woman.
Carson had so many issues with the women he was involved with because his mother was horrible to him. His mother
wasn't he married multiple times, Johnny?
Yeah, his mother showed absolutely no love. She was like
he also, a robot. Didn't his son die in a plane accident in the military? Kit Carson was his name.
Know.
Yeah, his son died. It was tragic for him.
Yeah, so he definitely.
Johnny was after the women on the show. Remember when he asked Dolly Parton to have a peek at her tits?
Yeah, poor Carol Wayne, right?
Oh, she was murdered. How about Ed McMahon? I would have killed for that job. Just sit around, drink, and laugh. Hey, yeah, Johnny. Hey, yeah. I like those bits. Like I did not know that. Or the Great Kreskin. That was some funny shit. That was the
Great Carson.
I loved Carson. Nobody was ever as good as him. Not Letterman. Not anybody. Carson was the king.
The character Karnak, the Magnificent.
Yes.
And he had a big turban on his head.
When he signed off, dude, it was the end of an era. There was nobody like him. I thought he was very unique.
Now, Pat Morita played on The Odd Couple when Tony was in a jungle. He made like, it was still World War. And Pat Morita played one of those Japanese guys that were in the kamikaze submarine, the submarines that used to sneak up on ships and blow up. Well, he landed on an island. That's how he met Felix. And they had the same thing on Gilligan's Island. But the one on Gilligan's Island was very like racist, stereotypical. He had the glasses and everything else.
Well, do you remember the movie with Mel? What's his face? The guy from Dirty Dozen. Melvin. What was his name?
Lee Marvin.
Again? Lee Marvin. It was him it was like not a comedy. It was him and a Japanese guy on an island. They were enemies and they had to work with each other to survive.
That's fascinating. I never saw that movie.
Mick.
Hold on. Your audio is going bye-bye.
Mick, you're on mute.
Is he on mute?
Yeah, you can't hear him.
No, I can't. Can't hear him. Now I'm echoing. My voice is back.
Now we can't hear you, Mick. Nope.
Yeah, sometimes he has to leave and come back because otherwise we'll go nuts listening to our own voice.
That's fucked up, though, man.
I don't know what's going on by him with his Wi-Fi. I really don't.
You think it's the phone? Because I'm not using a phone anymore. I'm using a laptop.
Oh. Hey,
I don't know.
Mick.
This has been half my fault, half the machine's
fault. Now, let me ask you a question.
Can you hear
Ronnie?
me?
Yeah. We hear you now, man.
Right. Ronnie, where you going? I just
Mick.
saw you.
Yeah, we hear you, Mick.
I hear you. I see you. I see you.
Tommy,
I
can
hear
you
you.
hear me?
Now, Ronnie
Tommy,
has
can you hear me?
has an iPhone, but he's not on the iPhone anymore. He went to the laptop.
Yeah, I'm using a laptop right now.
But is it an Apple laptop or is it
No, it's not an Apple laptop.
It's an Android laptop.
I mean, it's a
Not Android. I
it's
mean,
an
not,
HP.
yeah, it's a non-Apple laptop.
Not Apple. No.
Okay. Because when I used to have an iPhone, it would not. Safari would interfere. Like, in other words, I would choose Chrome to be on.
Yeah, Safari is the default for Apple.
Right, but I every time I try to force it to use Chrome,
Yeah,
on a live stream,
it doesn't like it. Yeah,
it doesn't like it. Safari would kick in, and Safari, it was, believe me, I had.
I think that it happened, James, a couple of times because I tried to join on your show through my iPhone when you were using the Restream, I think, and it wasn't working.
StreamYard.
It might have been StreamYard, but I think it might have been the Restream that you use now.
This is Restream.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because when I've tried to use my phone, I remember once it didn't work with the Restream.
Well, you're blurry. When you first came on, now you're blurry. When pixely. When you first came on the show,
really,
and I started saying, "Oh, look how young he looks. He looks like he's 18."
I don't look like that anymore.
You look 25 now.
But you're blurry. I don't see the details.
Should I leave and come back?
Your complexion.
Should I leave and come back?
No, but now you're clearing up. No, just stay where you are. I already saw you high definition, so you know.
Yeah, man.
So you know what? It's really, I just want to say, in most cases, a man's wife wouldn't take them back.
What?
No, a man's wife would not take them back.
Yeah.
After what happened to you,
Right.
so it's like a miracle.
Yeah.
It's like a miracle. Yeah. So this is like
it is. Yeah.
It's like a blessing from above.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're definitely right, and that's why I've been taking like my faith more seriously. I've been going to church every Sunday.
And I think that social worker definitely would not hurt.
Yeah, I think you're right about that too.
You know, because you know, if there were no gaps in the marriage, then you would have had the self-control to resist her. But don't forget, okay, for you to mention her phone number, she must have been flirting with you.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And eventually she would have asked you to get together. Eventually. That's usually how it happens, you know. But that's when you told me. I knew something was up because, you know, I knew you were married, and you would tell me, "Oh, James, you know, there's a lot of really hot-looking girls down here in the Tampa Clearwater area." You were telling me that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute.
I was getting reckless. Yeah.
Yeah. He's ogling. Is he ogling? Or is it ogling?
What did you say, James?
Yeah, you were. It seemed like you were ogling women, or is it oogling women?
Ogling, yeah, ogling, I think.
Ogling. I don't know. Mick knows. How do you pronounce that? When you're looking at a woman with lust, is it ogling, oogling, or ogling?
Ogling.
Ogling?
I would say ogling.
Ogling.
You say ogling, and he says ogling. I says ogling.
By the
But
way,
Mick does that, right?
Tomato, tomato,
He do that
tomato.
the
every
high
day.
one, it's called high definition.
What?
When you flip it or the high hard one, it's the high definition, not just high definition. High definition.
The high definition.
High
What
dick.
about what about taking her to the Slip It In
Slip it on
hotel?
in. Over
Slip it
over
in.
at the Wedding Rings Off Lounge.
Okay. Okay, guys. Okay.
What do you
What
call
else
a
we got?
German bra? Stop.
What else we got?
How come nobody opened up a hotel casino called the
Lost connection there for a
called the
minute.
Slip It In?
Just slip it in.
Oh.
It's too.
You hear me now,
It's too
Mick?
blatant.
How come nobody opened up the Slip It In hotel at casino?
Yeah, the slip it in is just. It's too blatant. You can't say that.
Well, it'll be good. It'll be good like hedonism. It'll be like a swingers
I mean,
hotel,
yeah,
right?
but for the most of like history, that wouldn't have worked. That wouldn't have been allowed. You know.
My friend, little Jimmy Pesto, he went to hedonism, but he didn't go. I don't think
Well,
he went
James,
with it.
you know, not to cut you off, but what is Plato's retreat, man? That's hedonism at its you know,
It's an orgy.
It's complete maximum.
It's a swing. It's a swingers club.
Swingers
It's
orgy place, right?
orgies.
I mean, what the fuck is that? That is hedonism, right? That's the definition of hedonism.
Well, you know what? They had it in this. It looked like an abandoned building from the outside. It looked like an old building. It was near the Hudson River, and the front door. There was only one front entrance. Small. It wasn't a big door. Average door, and it had like an awning, but they didn't have no big sign that says flashing Plato's Retreat. No, there was nothing. It was just a light. There was the awning and the number, the address.
And then they had a security guard outside.
No, they had somebody there because there was on Monday there was a lower cover charge. I think it was.
What about on like a Saturday though? Was there like a line outside to get in?
You got to bring but any other day but Monday, you got to bring a girl.
Got to bring a girl. Okay.
Right. So it was like.
So when you went on Mondays as a single guy?
I went Monday. I went with the insurance broker I had that did my policy.
So you went with two guys. That's exactly what they don't want. Because I heard the rule there was the girls could bring a girlfriend, but the guys couldn't bring a boyfriend.
But it wasn't a. In other words, you didn't have to couple up on a Monday. You know what I mean?
No, but I'm saying like the rule throughout the whole week. I heard it was girls can bring a girlfriend in, but the guys cannot bring a boyfriend. So if you're a guy, you gotta come with a woman, and then I guess on Mondays you're saying they can come by themselves.
They come by. It was a come by.
For the most part, they had to bring a woman, and another girl.
Correct.
But you couldn't bring a guy. You do like gay shit.
Yes.
So they weren't about the gay stuff.
All right. We didn't walk through the door at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So, Monday you didn't have to couple up. You didn't have to come with a girl on Monday. So, but on the outside, all I heard was boom, 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 boom. The disco music pounding through the wall. No sign, no nothing. Go inside. They had buffets. They had all kinds of. They had Olympic-sized pool with gigantic jacuzzis, and then they had
everybody naked or no?
Yeah, no, they're naked, and then they're wearing like a toga. Some of them, walking around.
Toga.
But they had orgy room. They had mattresses all over the floor in the orgy room, They were showing porno movies all around.
Did you take part?
Not in the orgy. I don't want to stuff dudes' balls hit me. I just went into private. I went into the pool and the jacuzzi with a girl. And
where did you get a girl from? Like they just come up to you, or how do you get them?
No, she was from England. She was British. She was a model.
Where did you meet her at, or do they just like come up to you at random?
No, I met her in there. But we did everything one-on-one in privacy.
It's like a nudist colony, kind of.
Yeah, but there's a difference.
You have to be nude.
Nudist colony. Yeah, you have to lock up you put your clothes. You put your clothes in a locker room, like a gym.
Honestly, James, I don't think I would really like that. Like, I'm not a nudist guy.
No, but you could wear a robe.
Okay.
You don't have to walk around nude. I mean, there's food there, so you lock up your things like a gym locker, and you put the robe on.
Where do you put your wallet, James?
I locked it up.
In your locker?
Yeah, in my pants. They were in my jeans, and I locked it up.
And then, what did you think? Like, what if I have to buy something while I'm here?
You don't have to buy anything. Everything's inclusive.
You don't give a tip out or anything?
No. They said no tips, no tips. They don't want.
Told you that? People always appreciate a tip.
The owner says I don't want any prostitutes coming in my club soliciting for money because I don't want them to bring a disease into my club, which is understandable.
Okay, but what does it have to do with giving a tip?
Well, then that could be a situation. Where do you put the money? Now, there was another swingers club called the Zoo, and the Zoo had the girls that came that were swingers, that were sluts and swingers from the outside. Then you had like a staff. They were like prostitutes. Then you had a staff of people that were on the payroll. But I never went to the Zoo. So I only went to Plato's one time. We left very late. And then all of a sudden Mario Cuomo closed. I heard on the news he closed them all.
And how did you feel about that when it was happening? Because you're a Mario Cuomo supporter, right? You like him?
No, I thought he was pretty good governor. I mean, I understand where he was coming from because the AIDS epidemic started.
Yeah. It's kind of a tough position.
Tough call, So
yeah,
but it was an experience.
The AIDS was bad at that time, right? Really serious.
Yeah, we're talking about
you guys are like scared out of your mind.
We're talking about like the
what was it, like 82, 83 around there?
Yeah, it was sometime in the early to mid 1980s. And I was young, I must have been about your age. You may be a little younger. And it was an experience.
How old were you when you went to Plato's retreat?
I must have been in my late 20s or.
Well, I'm in my early 30s, so
yeah, I must have been in my late 20s, but it was an experience. And then, but the AIDS thing wasn't all over the news when I went there. This was later. That I started hearing about.
Did AIDS start in New York City? Is that where it started?
I'm not sure where it started in the United States, but I know that they mentioned that they found it. The AIDS virus made an appearance in Africa, and it had something to do with monkeys.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Like Ebola.
It originally came from a monkey.
Yeah, monkeys are nasty. They're nasty ass creatures.
But we're monkeys too, right? In a way.
we're primates. Homo sapien is a primate.
We're not homosexual. We're Homo sapien.
Homo sapien, mankind. Monkeys are primates, but monkeys are
Humans are not primates.
no, we're primates, but we're the most advanced.
Are they advanced
primates?
primates?
We're not the biggest and the strongest, but we're the most advanced primate.
What are elephants?
Let me tell you about elephants. I watched a video today.
What are they as opposed to primates, though?
Of a baby elephant that was painting elephants. The fucking elephant had a paintbrush in his trunk, and he's in India. He's making paintings of elephants. He knows how to paint elephants.
Wow.
He's an elephant, and people are coming from all over.
Oh, he's a genius elephant, right?
Huh?
He's a genius elephant.
They're smart. They're
smart.
Yeah. You just picture it. I'm looking at this thing, and it's actually painting an elephant.
Mm-hmm.
The trunk, the ears, the body, the legs.
And how old are they?
They're a palm tree.
They've been on the earth longer than humans have been on the earth. Elephants.
That is true. They're trying to bring back the woolly mammoth, which I'm happy about.
The woolly mammoth goes back how long?
Oh, the woolly mammoth became extinct, I think, 10,000 years ago. 10 or 15,000.
And when did Homo sapiens start?
Well, we were like Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon. I mean, there were people around, but we weren't like the brightest bulbs on a Christmas tree. We were like cave.
Well, when did the actual like Homo sapiens start? When they started to call it that? You know, what's the year for that?
Well, I know that it took a long time before humans learned agriculture. You know, before they learn about plants.
Like it was way before that.
No, they were
like the Homo sapiens started.
Yeah,
they were way before.
Right.
You're talking about the agricultural revolution.
Yeah, they were hunter
gatherers.
Right.
So they hunted and they gathered. They didn't really kill. Right?
And they killed. They had they had very primitive weapons, but they hunted in groups, but they were erect. They weren't hunched over.
Like monkeys.
Like apes. They were they were erect humanoids.
But they were pretty close, right?
They were pretty close. Well, their faces were primitive, but they were erect.
So what do you think of that, James? You think humans really came from monkeys?
No, you know what I think? I think aliens have been visiting this planet for many thousands.
Now maybe it's not aliens. Maybe it's God.
Or maybe we're just
what if God is giving us some kind of divine interference, and that's what you see as an alien?
That's possible. Or we could be a big extraterrestrial experiment.
We could, we could be an experiment of God.
Yeah, that's possible.
We could be the same. That also too.
Yeah,
kind of fucked up to think about it like that.
I have an open mind. I mean,
but I mean, I think that we're here for a reason. I think we're here for a reason. I don't think this is an experiment. I don't think so. I think America.
Well,
the United States of America is an experiment, right?
Yes, they were offspring of the British Empire. We were like the children.
Exactly, James. It's an offspring. Is an offspring of the evil.
Wins independence. Influence originally.
Our influence isn't good. Our influence.
The colonists. Well, they started off. Yeah, I hear you. They started off with.
I saw that. I didn't mean to keep cutting you off, but I saw that you actually were talking, and it was like a lag. I didn't hear what you said until like a minute later.
Really?
Yeah.
You know,
but now it seems like it looks like now it's caught up, I think.
Okay. What was I talking about? This
You were talking
the
about
early colonists. The early colonists had good intentions.
yeah, the Puritans, but they didn't really have good intentions. Like,
No, not the
it actually
Puritans.
wasn't that good.
Not
Puritans are fucked up, right?
The Puritans were religious zealots.
Fanatics, right?
They were fanatics. That was a cult.
But that's where America came from, was those Puritans.
Yeah, all those
America is a lot like that. America is a fanatical country.
Yeah, all those evangelical. Well, you got to think of one thing. Why did the Puritans get kicked out of England? Right?
They didn't. They didn't get kicked out. They left England.
They left
because they wanted to change the church. They wanted to make it more puritanical,
right.
which means a better version, or a more wholesome version. But what they were actually doing was they were making a less wholesome version of the church. They were fucking it up even more than it was, And then so they left England. England had, after Henry VIII, Anglicanism. It was called Anglicanism.
Yeah, the Church of England. Yeah.
And then in America, they called it Episcopalian. And that's where we live. We get people now that are called Episcopalian. That's the same thing as the Church of England, but it's just the American version of it. So the fathers of like the revolution, like the Revolutionary Fathers,
right?
Their generation, they created a new religion and they called it Episcopalian, but it's the same thing as the English Anglican Church. It's basically the same thing. It's just the American version of it. Yeah, the Protestants. Yep.
The first Protestants.
The first ones?
About the first Protestants.
You scared me there,
assuming
James. That's why you left.
The Anglicans? No, I keep
No.
these.
The first Protestants were
the Lutherans.
Yeah, when Luther went to the church, he started a new. He was actually a Catholic priest.
Martin Luther.
Martin Luther was, yeah.
Yeah, he's a German, and he challenged. They call that the Reformation. The Reformation.
Right.
So he challenged the Catholic Church, and he had to hide. He had to hide out, and then that was the father of the Anglican Church later on. Henry VIII wanted a divorce, and the Pope won't give him a divorce.
And that whole thing there was just ridiculous. That they formed a church out of a guy wanting to get divorced.
Right.
That was the whole reason why he formed the church. I mean, that's fucking crazy. That's how our church is formed.
Yeah, but don't forget, a Protestant pastor is allowed to date and marry.
Yeah.
Right, with the priests.
The priests are not. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to live a life of celibacy,
chastity.
Chastity, well, chastity and celibacy is not realistic. It's not.
You think it's unnatural?
It's pretty hard to maintain. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I think.
How do you think? Okay, so talking about a good priest, how do you think he does it? Maintains that life.
Saltpeter.
A small dick.
Saltpeter.
Is that what you said?
Small dick? No, I didn't say small dick.
What did you
I
say,
said
small Peter?
No, I said saltpeter is what they put in our food in the Navy to keep us from getting horny.
Do you think they do that? Stuff like that?
No, they really did that in the basic.
But I'm saying, do you think priests do stuff like that?
I don't know, but they must have a very hard life. No
I would
pun
imagine so.
intended.
I would think so. If you really like put yourself in their shoes, what they're doing,
They probably pray every time they get urges. They probably,
yeah.
But it's tough. It's
Well,
tough.
we're supposed to also, right? We're supposed to do that, but we don't.
Well, let's put it this way: if you don't pray for self-control, then you end up committing a fornication.
Right.
And
so maybe we all should do that.
you
Maybe
know,
that's a good idea.
And adultery, and so a priest.
Nobody wants to do that, right?
You know,
I mean,
but a priest should be allowed, if he meets somebody compatible, he should be allowed to date
no,
and
they
get
can't.
married.
No, they can't.
But I know they can't. I'm just saying it
because they're supposed to be married to the church. Married to the church. They can't marry any other woman. Somebody else that's going to distract them from what they're already doing.
They want 100% devotion.
Right. And the difference between them and like a Baptist pastor is that the Baptist is all about this world. He's married. He's he's got his career, whatever he's doing, but he's also the pastor of a church. He can't do these two things, this world and this world at the same time.
What about the Eastern Orthodox? Are they allowed to date and marry? The Eastern Orthodox?
I'm not sure really about them.
Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox.
Yeah, I don't really know. I think they might be able to. I think they might be able to marry, but I'm not sure.
They're not.
They are Catholic. They are Catholic, but they're the Eastern.
Yeah, they're not under the Vatican.
Yeah, they're not. And then there's the Western, that's under the Vatican. So we're all Catholic, actually, but only the Western portion is under the Pope.
Under the Pope,
the Eastern portion, they actually have different churches. There's like a Greek one, there's a Russian one, and they're kind of like that, but they don't have a central figure like a Pope.
Yeah, they're actually very. The Russian Orthodox are actually very pretty churches. They have like
they're beautiful, James.
They have the onion, the onion domes. Looks like an onion.
They're they're beautiful. There are churches that they have Eastern. What do you call Eastern Catholics or whatever? They're beautiful, man, and they're ancient.
You've seen
a lot of very, very ancient churches.
You've seen photos of Saint Basil's Cathedral in Moscow.
Yeah.
That's how they are. That's how they are. And this town next to mine, my hometown, Garfield, has a Russian Orthodox church with gold domes that you could see from a far distance. You can see when the sun hits the onions.
Wow.
It glows. It's gold. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I like stained glass. The church over here next door to me, it's got beautiful stained glass.
Yeah. So Protestants don't like that. They don't like anything that looks nice or beautiful.
No, it's got to be plain.
Protestants just want like a plain, like a box. They want to go to a box with no cross, no crucifix, no statues, nothing. They just go into a wooden box, and I don't even know why they go there. Because what are they doing?
No candle, no
candles. What are they doing?
No candles. No, the windows are plain.
That's why Protestants lost their faith. Catholics didn't lose their faith. It was Protestants did.
Well, there's nothing inspiration.
There's nothing for them to cling on to. There's nothing there.
In the Protestant church, it's a box, like you said.
Right.
It's a box.
the box. And what would you cling on to about a box? Nothing. You
No,
would
there's
not
nothing
cling on
that
to that.
there's
Nothing.
nothing that inspires you
It
except
sucks. It fucking
the
sucks.
the pastor that really razzle dazzle his
Yeah.
flock. He better really be great because there's nothing
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. There's nothing there. No.
Nothing there. At least when I walk into the Catholic Church, there's candles, there's
You
stained
feel.
glass,
You get a sense of feeling, right?
there's statues.
It's a
Yeah,
sense of
you get a
holiness.
feeling.
You feel holy by just walking in there. You just walk in and get it.
Right.
I'll be right back, James.
There's okay. I'm getting tired. Oh, so how's everybody doing? I know I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So I just want to say hello to all you YouTubers out there and the Twitchers. Also, I'm getting tired. The show has been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes. That's right. You heard it correctly. 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's Saturday night. I'm getting sleepy. So I'll try my best. Hey, Daryl Messiah from Northern California. Yeah, Ronnie, Mick Von Raven, and myself, we had a great show tonight. Daryl Messias, so thank you for stopping by. Thank you for watching. Gotta have you on.
Thank you. Yeah, Daryl.
Even if you don't want to be on video,
We gotta get Daryl. We talked about wrestling, right?
Yeah, Daryl. I started a new with the wrestling and exercise, a Facebook group. I started a group chat room.
Is Daryl part of that?
No, I never see him on.
You gotta get him in there, man.
I see Bart Robinson and
I think we gotta get Daryl in on that group.
Daryl likes the long shows, long dong silver. But anyway, like I was saying, is you get a feeling when you walk into the church. Now, the church next door was built in 1906.
Yeah.
So it's old.
That was the glory days of the church. That's probably a beautiful church.
It's old school. You walk in,
Yeah.
Ronnie. As soon as you walk in, there's a big marble pool.
This is right next door to you, right?
Yeah, right next door. But there's a rectangular marble pool that's all holy water with a trickling fountain. I mean, it's big. It's like a fish pond.
Wow.
It's like a fish pond. Hold on. It's getting a little wacky here. Restream is getting a little wacky. Oh, the group is called it's called International Brotherhood of Polyvons.
What is it again, Jim?
International, you remember, International Brotherhood of Polyvons. PAHLAVA. Actually, the link is in the show description and in the scrolling marquee. Polyvons. PAHLAVANS. And something cracked them up. What? The page? A polyvon is
what is a polyvon?
Are you familiar with it's an ancient form of wrestling and martial art from Iran.
Did the Iron Sheik do it?
Yes.
I see you put a lot of pictures of or videos.
The Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik's father worked. He ran a zircone, which is the gymnasium. It's called zircone. It's called it means the house of strength, and he was a polyvon in Iran, the Iron Sheik. That's before he started competing in Greco-Roman
before
wrestling,
he fought
and
Hulk
he
Hogan?
won that way before. No, he was the real deal. If he wanted to, he
So
could have
what
made
made
Hogan.
you like get like interested in him, in all this stuff?
Because I found it fascinating when he used to come in the ring with his manager Freddie Blassie, and they used to have the Persian Club Challenge, and and the American athletes couldn't swing
Did
the
you
Persian
find it
clubs.
fascinating that when Hulk Hogan came in the ring?
Hulk Hogan was annoying. He was all hype. He was too much like
Well, you are in a
loud
Hulkamaniac.
mouths, fast talking, hype. No. Thank you, Daryl. You just joined. You must have found me.
So James,
Thank you.
you are
I'll
in a Hulkamaniac.
send you. Yeah. Ronnie's there. Ronnie's a member there, and so is Mick Raven. They're all these are members there. I have another group called the Original Holistic Health Talk. If you're into taking supplements and things like that, sometimes I do a show based on holistic and exercise on Sunday afternoon. Sometimes I do it, but anyway, yeah, Holistic Health Talk and the other one, and then I have
Now, James,
Ronald Theriot.
Ronald Theriot?
Let me just tell Ronald Theriot and Eric Frauenfelder and all those guys are on my other group. Everything is food. It's international food and drink.
I'm on that
they're
one too.
over there. Right. Yeah. Everything. Good thing I picked easy names.
Everything.
All right. What were we gonna say? Everything's food, which is one of the songs from the musical Popeye.
I forget
rest in peace.
What was that say, James? Do you remember?
Huh?
Do you remember what I was about to say?
Well, we can remember what we were.
What was the topic of the
We're talking about
conversation?
The church, the Catholic Church, giving you a very holy feeling when you walk in. Then I mentioned the holy water in the big marble pond with the fountain. And before that, we were talking about celibacy. The priest. Man, it's Mick Von Raven. Busy night. Hey, Mick. Yep. Hold on.
My phone fucked up, man. I'll let you go, bro.
No, everybody can hear you. If you wanna hang out and participate, I can just lay the phone.
Man, I'm tired, man. I just was calling to say sorry. I had a bad.
Oh, I'm getting tired. Also, I'm running out of gas or electric. If I was an electric car, I'm running out of. Okay.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. Yeah, I could have put my phone up there. Anyway, we're talking about priest celibacy and the feeling that you don't get. You were telling me about the Anglican Church in Florida. There's called Episcopalian.
No, not in Florida. It's the whole United States. It's called Episcopalian.
The Episcopal.
So that's what George Washington was, and all those people.
Oh, like Thomas Jefferson, Ben Franklin.
But some of them were actually atheists. They didn't believe in God. But it was only like two of them. Two of the signers of the Constitution. most of them were Protestants. Like they were Christians, but they believed in the English Protestantism.
Yeah. Well, the
So
Declaration of
you're Italian, right?
yeah.
So you're Catholic.
Yes.
Because Italians are always Catholic. Irish people are always Catholic. So I'm
Well,
Irish.
the Republic of Ireland.
The Republic, yeah. So there's Northern Ireland. That's different though. So
That's part of
they're
the
Protestant.
Commonwealth, the Crown. That's under the
Yeah,
Crown.
they're Protestant there. But
They're Protestant.
but the actual the Republic of Ireland is Catholic. So my family, we actually have done like research when my family first moved into like the United States and everything. They came from the southernmost part of Ireland.
Cork or Winslow. County
Cork.
Winslow?
County Cork. I think, yeah.
Okay.
It's
Because
the most southern county that you can get.
Well, it's kind of like it's southwest, I think.
Southwest, yeah. So all the way away from England. Yeah.
Yeah, it's facing the Atlantic, the North Atlantic Ocean.
The Atlantic, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's called County Cork. Yeah. That's where my family is from.
I brought a whiskey to.
Actually, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to look it up. It's called.
I brought a whiskey to Ronald's Terrio's Joker's Wild Wednesday. It was called West Cork.
I don't know about whiskey.
Something like that. It was called West Cork. Yeah, it was from County. It's an Irish whiskey. It was actually pretty good. Now, Gaelic. Did any of your relatives know?
I don't. No, nobody does. I think that's too long ago. Like, so the thing is like, County Cork is the most southern one, right? And it was the most affected by the potato famine in the 1840s, 1850s. So like they lost like 80% of their population because they either died or they left the country and went to the U.S. And
there was
pretty
a big
sure that was the time when my family would have moved here. And they stayed generation after generation of just marrying and having kids with Irish people while they were in the United States. Like, because it was possible to do that.
Well,
the same thing with Italians.
Yeah, well, the Irish had a deal with bigotry. You know, when they came to the United States, they probably went through Ellis Island, bigotry, and they were probably living in their own neighborhood, like in Boston, New York. You know, Boston has a lot of Irish. New York, and the Italians, same deal. You know, the major cities. Boston's North End is their Italian neighborhood, and then you have certain designated parts of the cities. Chicago has Irish and Italian. So that's pretty much it. They both had to deal with racism. Not racism, but bigotry.
You're breaking up a little bit, James.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me know when. I'm saying they both had to deal with.
Can you hear
bigotry.
what I say? You hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And what were you saying?
No, they both had to deal with bigotry. Both nationalities. They had a rough life.
And so like, do you know that's why Catholic schools were such a big deal, like back in the day. Like your parents probably went to Catholic school, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the reason was because in the United States, the main dominant culture that was here was Anglo-Saxon from England, which is Protestant. That was a dominant culture. So if you were an immigrant or a child of immigrants back in the early 1900s, like Italians or Irish, your your parents would have went to Catholic church,
Mm-hmm.
the church of the neighborhood, and they would have brought you up in that. So to keep the kids to have the culture of Italians or Irish Catholics. That's why Catholic schools were started in the United States, was to like teach those kids so they didn't go into the public schools that were being started by the Protestants. The main American culture, the American culture was Protestant.
Mm-hmm.
So those people were starting to make public schools at that time. In each around like the 1850s, 1860s, they were implementing schools that you had to go to. Kids had to go to school now, and it was based off of the German model. The Germans actually started public school.
They probably got picked on. The Irish and the Italian kids going to public school probably got picked on.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
You know.
But those schools, so they started these public schools in Germany, and then Americans went and saw these schools, and they came back. These are the Anglo Americans, not the Irish and not the Italians, not the Polish. It's just the original like old Anglo settlers and their offspring. Those were the original Americans, the Native Americans, they call themselves. And they are the ones who created the school system, the public school system. And it was a system to prepare citizens to either be soldiers on one hand or laborers on the other hand. So they train you to be a soldier or a laborer. That's what you learn when you go to school.
Yeah. And either outcome, either destination is for suckers and fools.
Right. Yes. Of course, yeah.
Pretty much. Either you work for the man.
They're basically saying they control your life. And they're going to tell you you're
Yes.
either going to be a soldier or you're going to be a worker. And that's all that you can get.
Right. Yeah, there was no opportunity for higher education and careers. No career.
But that's also how it is now. It's the same model. They don't do the same thing, but it's the same model. It never changed the model. So you have kids when they go to school when they're like 5 years old, they get taught that they have to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Right? When they're 5 years old.
Yeah. And if you don't have the right connections, even if you're ready to go to college, if you don't know the right people, you can't go to the good schools.
Yeah.
You can't afford the Ivy League, or you can't get into the Ivy League school. And when you graduate, you should be fortunate enough to get stuck with a student loan bill when you graduate, and you don't know anybody, then the chances are you won't be able to get a good paying entry level job to be able to pay off the student loan and make a good living.
Yeah, that's
Make
it, man.
living
That's the story, bro.
Now these rich kids that go to like Ivy League colleges,
Rich kids. Now, who do you consider rich?
Well, kids that haven't made in the shade, they got the right. They're part of the right family, important family. You know, they really don't have to worry about uh, uh, having their needs met ever.
So, what happened to Mick? He's done.
Mick got tired. I'm getting tired myself. But you know what? The subject we touched upon some good points.
Yeah, a lot of good points right
A
there.
lot of good points. You know, what's funny?
I think it was a lot of good points.
You know what's funny? When the shit hits.
And we had Michael. We had Michael on the show.
Yeah, Michael split. Either he got hungry. He might have got. Because I don't blame him. I mean, he drinks a lot of juice. He makes his own. He has a juice extractor, and you can't. That doesn't.
Now Michael Goldsmith is drinking again.
Yeah, well, his joke might have some truth.
We'll see how his Sunday shows go. I'm curious to see how it goes tomorrow.
Well, he made a joke about hard liquor, doing the show about hard liquor. Then he said, "Ha ha ha! I'm only kidding." I don't know.
I remember we had the long red tie, right?
Oh, the Donald Trump tie.
That was when he first started the Sunday shows. He was doing that.
He was sitting. He was dressed in a dark suit. He was sitting on the floor, and he had this long red tie.
Do you think he'd do that again? Maybe this time with the beer.
I think that might be an interesting look for him when he does his live stream.
Maybe he'll spill the beer on his tie.
Or maybe the tie will get caught in his juice extractor.
But he's not drinking the juice anymore.
No, he's still making vegetable.
He's
still making vegetable juices, but unless he stopped and he's going back to beer. Oh boy, I know what happens with alcoholism. I know all too well.
So you were trying to warn him of the beer master?
Well, let's put it this way. Yeah, the beer master. I have a relative who admitted that he had a problem. He admitted that he was a drunk, and he admitted he was going to get help and all this blah, 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 blah. So what happened was he went back to getting drunk. He passed out, hit his head. Then he hit rock bottom. Oh, I got to do something about this. I got a problem. Help me, help me, help me. But
he told you that?
And then he went back, and now he has to take this medication to prevent him from drinking alcohol. Because I guess it has to be really bad, right? If you have to take a prescription drug to keep you from drinking alcohol.
He thinks if he doesn't take that, he's going to want to drink.
God forbid, he'll probably drink himself to death if he didn't take this drug. This drug.
That's pretty serious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Is he your friend?
Yeah, he's not a relative, but he's connected to a relative.
Mm.
But it's very sad because,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a psychiatrist. I can't
You don't
try
have to be a psychiatrist, sometimes.
try to get into his head. All I know is he's got some demons working on him. That's all I got.
Yeah, he sucks, man.
Yeah, he's the guy's got the. I think there's more to it than just addicted to drinking. I think he's got some evil forces working on him.
Really?
Oh, I was gonna say before I go off the air, when the shit hits the fan, you notice that they always, when things get really bad and there's demonic forces at work, they always call the Catholic priests to come and do the exorcism.
Yeah. And,
No,
and also, besides that, who are the people that are affected? They're always Catholics. So why is the devil constantly trying to attack Catholics?
no, there's all. No, I mean, there's different people. I mean, but look, I don't know. I don't know if they're Catholic or not. I don't know if most of them are Catholic. I don't know if some
They
of them
are.
are Catholic.
They are. I'm telling you.
But there are people who open up portals. Like, I'll give you an example. They still sell the Ouija board.
I'm not interested in the portal stuff, man. That's
What
evil.
I'm saying is,
That's evil at its finest.
if you open yourself up to the bad forces,
Yeah, well, don't open yourself up.
Don't open yourself.
Don't be fucking stupid. That's all
Don't do stupid things.
Don't be stupid. Yeah.
And
there's enough of these things that we know about now, like the Ouija board, the other one that they have. It's not like we're living in the 1960s where this shit is new.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not a toy.
They didn't know back then, but we know
Listen,
that shit is evil. So if you see that, just stay away from it.
It was. I think it was marketed by Milton Bradley.
Right. Yeah.
In the 1960s.
Yeah. They made it into a fucking toy. I mean, how evil is that? How evil could that be? That these people, these evil fucking businessmen, are taking an evil spirit and turning it into a game and spreading it out, spreading that evil to all these people now.
The Ouija board goes back hundreds of years or even more. They called it a spirit.
What he did in the 1960s by spreading it the way he did, it made it way worse than what it had been.
He took an ancient tool that could
turned it into a toy that can be spread around.
Right, that can bring evil in the house and turned it into marketed as a toy to have fun with. And he even came out with a glow in the dark.
How was that even accepted? What was wrong with that was your generation. That was your generation.
Yeah, but I'm not part of corporate.
Yeah, but what the fuck was going on with that, man? Like your generation, like
because
they really had some real problems, man.
Because idiots were not using their brain cells. They weren't doing their research, and they thought, oh, this should be a lot of fun. This should be a fun at parties. And this is how these idiots thought. And it's not just kids. Adults used to play games with this damn thing.
Yeah, it's horrible.
But Milton Bradley, they're the ones, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the toy company profited on people who probably brought misfortune on their lives by opening up portals with the Ouija board. And that's it, plain and simple. These things don't just possess people; they actually make you sick. They make you, and they make
it kill you.
Yeah, right? They put bad thoughts in your mind.
Yeah,
they
I believe in all this stuff, man.
You could
you could say that whatever, you think I'm unrealistic or something. But I believe in all these things. I believe in all of this.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's true. I think every single thing that we talked about tonight is 100% true.
Well, look at all these people who commit suicide.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if evil forces don't tell them to commit suicide.
Why are they committing suicide in the first place? Right?
Yeah.
Why are they doing it? Because they're sad about COVID? Come on.
Or they listen.
Or their head is fucked up from Iraq or Afghanistan.
Listen, there's always hope. If a person's life is really tough, there's always somebody that has a tougher life than you, but there's always hope. You can always get help. In this country, the way today, you can always find help. And, there's no excuse.
Better than other countries, at least, right?
Yeah, there's always help around the corner if you look for it. And what I mean is organizations. But to end your life, you can't change your mind once you
really sad, man. And
once they commit suicide,
put yourself into their shoes. Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah, there's no turning back once they commit suicide. That's it.
They want to be dead. You know,
and
that's hard. That's hard to think about.
And it doesn't make it easy for their soul to commit suicide.
No,
it doesn't make it easy for them.
No.
In other words, they die and their soul, they got to resurrect.
we were kind of alluding to this theme tonight while we were talking. My take on it is I don't want to date right now. I want to date, I think dating myself at this point in my life would be crazy. I think it would be crazy. I think it would be insane. I don't think I can go on a date, with some girl that I met online on like an app. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not used to doing that.
Well, first of all, they lie on their profile.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. And
second,
like, James, I don't think I can do that. Like,
yeah, but there's a trick I know. You know how you can eliminate a lot of the hazards. A lot of the hazards, not all the hazards. You before you meet them and waste money and waste time, you ask to get to know them on video chatting.
Mm-hmm.
You get acquainted on video chatting.
Do they do that?
Well, if they have something to hide, they won't do it. But if
you
they
should
like,
tell Michael that one.
Yeah, if they like you and they're for real and they're a real girl and not some fake profile scammer, they should be able to video chat with you. So now you get to know them. Now you can see if there's any chemistry in the video chat. If you get along with them, you try to chat with them as often.
Now, what if like there's an option that first date would be, I have me here, you're not there. That would be the girl, right? She comes on and we talk a little bit about like the first date.
Well, you mean a girl that you meet from an app?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, if you hit it off on the video chatting, then it's a sure thing when you meet in person, because you see each other for what you really are, your mannerisms, your looks. You already got to know them. So when you meet, I did that years ago. It was like a piece of cake. going from getting to know them on a video chat to meeting them, piece of cake. It couldn't be smoother. No stress at all, because there's already, the chemistry has been established. You know what I mean? Because you're chatting with them every day. Every day. When they get home from work, you might do a video chat. How was your day? Blah 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 blah. What are you into? What are your hobbies?
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on. And they talk about their
Right.
family.
Yeah. So, honestly, like maybe that's the reason why. To tell you the truth, I don't have anything to prove. I don't have anything to do here. Especially like I told you, me and my wife, made up.
But just focus on your wife, right?
Yeah.
Focus on getting.
I'm talking to you. Just kind of throwing ideas off each other, right? When we're just talking shit, we're just talking bullshit.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah. But that's it, though. That's it. We're just fucking around.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what I would say to anybody who I told Eric. Eric is working the dating app. Eric Fraunfelter,
Yeah,
and he.
I'm glad I'm not, man. I'm not working any fucking app.
Well, he's always pissed
I was
off.
talking to Eric last night, man. I was talking to Eric when he was on the Beer Man or the Alex shit. I saw Eric there, and we were talking a little bit. But Eric wants to play his guitar and shit, right?
Was he off the air?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He wants to like play the guitar and.
Yeah, he doesn't.
And then he starts drinking whiskey, and like he kind of goes off.
It's hard for him to get into a one-on-one serious conversation.
Yeah. But that's
You
okay.
But you know where I can talk to him that way? One-on-one on Messenger.
Yeah.
One-on-one on Messenger. I'll send him an audio, and I'll say, "Look, Eric, I'm curious about something."
But I don't even really care to actually talk to him that much. It's just that.
Yeah, but he's the one that would show me all these girls that are full of shit, and and I try to tell him, well, they are full of shit.
So he would show you what?
Like girls that they lie on their profile, or they make demands. They're pushy and they make demands on him. He doesn't even know the girl. Crap.
What does he do in that situation? Like, what is he complaining about?
I don't know. And then one girl shows him. He doesn't even know. One girl shows him a whole handful of pills that she has to take every day because she has all these health problems. It's like this. It's like her hand is a photo of her hand, and there's all these fucking tablets and pills like piled in her.
So what is that? Is that supposed to be sexy?
Is that supposed to be sexy? Yeah. I said, what do you? I says, that's supposed to attract a man to date her.
What does that do? What does that do?
Yeah, that means that he's dating a very sick girl.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck. I go, oh my God.
Is that what you want for your life?
Yeah, that's called a red flag. I go, Eric, you know about red flags, don't you?
He seems very smart when it comes to like beer and stuff like that.
No, he is, but red flags.
When it comes to serious things like a relationship.
Well, they get the red flags went right over his head. I'm trying to tell him. I says, you got to look out for red flags.
Yeah, you got it.
And you don't get involved. Don't get involved with.
Well, he was there last night. I know he was there. In Chatio. You know Chatio, right?
Chatio from Colorado.
Yeah, so Chatio came on. He had a bad date. He said he had a toxic date.
Wait, who had it? The Chatio?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the word I'm trying to think of. Toxic. I know Michael
And
Hill.
Chadio's he's from Colorado, but his dad moved to Tampa, so he has some connection to this area. He comes here a lot, every year.
Well, he should get together with you when he visits his father.
Yeah, maybe sometime. I don't know. I don't really care about Chadio, but sometimes
He's a nice guy.
I've
had many chats with him. He's a nice guy.
He seems alright.
You know, he's very pleasant. You know, and he's smart. You know, he won't give you a hard time. But yeah, I says, Eric, you don't need any extra stress and problems in your life by taking on women like this. He says, you know, look what happened with.
James, I'm gonna be right back. All right.
Yeah. No, you know what? I'm gonna close the show.
Oh, hold on, James. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right.
Okay.
Give me a minute. 1 minute.
All
1 minute. So don't leave without me. Okay.
No. Okay. All right, people. I just want to say thank you to everyone who have joined the show for this week, Progressive Discussions. We're streaming on YouTube and Twitch. Okay, so all you YouTubers and Twitchers out there, I don't mean like people with Tourette's syndrome, but if you have Tourette's, it's okay. Everybody's welcome. When I say Twitch, I mean people on Twitch. Oh, I'm tired. Hello. Hello, Ronnie Edson.
Are you hiding behind a
I'm still here.
Yeah, but you gotta come on camera, man.
I'm just lying down a little bit.
You gotta come on camera, James. Come on.
I'm coming.
That's what Ronald Terry always says. You gotta come on camera.
I know. I just.
Now, James, you say that you would never join his Sunday morning.
Oh hell no! Are you kidding me? I'm gonna sleep like a baby tomorrow morning.
Would you ever join a stream at 10:30 on
No.
Sunday? You would never do it?
No, I don't get up early enough to go to church next door on Sunday.
How come you don't go to church, James?
Because I'm sleeping.
But you can go on Saturday too, right?
I can, yeah. 5:30.
Yeah, you
5:30 p.m. That's.
I know. Yeah, I know. I know.
I mean, that's when I usually go. But
I used to go on 5:30s with my grandma. We used to go together.
They used to. They have 3 masses on Sunday. They have one early, and I think they have another one at.
They probably have a Spanish mass too, right?
Like, that's the last one. The one in the middle, it's either 10:30 or 11, something like that. So that's the second mass in English, and then.
Do you have a Portuguese mass?
No, just the Spanish mass, and then.
You don't have a Portuguese one?
Then they have. No, not here. Then they have. What do you call? They have. I think on Friday they have one event where they do the rosary.
They do adoration. You probably think about that.
Yeah, something like that. It involves the rosary.
Now, do you pray the rosary every day?
Well, I have the one. I have the ones
Do you
my
pray
mother.
it every day?
No,
you don't.
I know it.
Do you
but
pray
I
it
don't.
sometimes, at least?
Once in a big while.
You're supposed to pray it every day.
Yeah, I have my mother's that was given to her by my ex from Colombia. She brought it from Colombia. It was made by the Indians, made of wood. So the beads are wood, and in South America. So I have those because they're cool. They're made by the South American Indians, and they're made out of wood. So I have those.
Just remember, you're supposed to pray every day, James. Those are.
I have them by the altar. I made an altar shrine to
Mary?
dedicate all my relatives and friends who passed away. There's a memorial.
That's nice.
I made a combination of mysticism and Catholic altar.
But why do you combine it?
My mother was very much into mysticism.
Yeah.
She had a lot of friends that were mediums.
Got it from her?
She had friends that were psychic mediums.
But you were
astrologers.
You were baptized as a Catholic, right? Yeah. When you were a kid? Like when you were a baby?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw the priests baptizing babies in the big pond, in the big marble pool. I think I put the photos on Facebook of if I find them, I'll send them to you. It's big. It's a holy water, like it's a holy water the size of a receptacle, the size of a fish pond.
Mm-hmm.
And I filled up a gallon one time. I brought holy water home. I filled up a gallon jug. And I had 2 colored glass that I have in the front window with holy water in it. One is red, one is cobalt blue. And then I have another one by the altar, a big one.
So do you go to mass usually every Sunday, or you usually don't go?
Not on Sunday. I usually go
Saturday.
Saturday 5:30. But I didn't go this week because I felt tired.
But do you think you usually go for the most part?
Occasionally go. You know what it is?
You don't usually go then.
You know what bothers me? If I'm sitting down in church, I get comfortable. They want you to stand up.
Yeah, but that's part of it, James. You gotta
stand up and sit down.
I mean, if you're being serious, that's what you gotta do.
Yeah. I'm serious. I know. I just get real comfortable.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, that's what they do, I can't tell the priest,
But you're Italian, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think your great grandfather would say to hear you say that?
What are you talking about, kid? You're supposed to stand up and sit down and stand up again.
Exactly.
That's what he'll probably say.
Right. So why don't you just listen to him? Because he's probably right. He's probably right.
What the hell's the matter with you? Tell me.
You would say it doesn't matter?
He would say, what the hell's the matter with you?
Right. And he's right, though. He's right.
He says, don't be a lazy fat ass. He would tell me.
Put your cell phone down,
No, my cell phone is usually turned. I have to turn it off because it's very addictive.
Yeah, it is, right? It is.
Yeah, it's addictive. Yeah, sure.
Well, at least you realize that when you say it. A lot of old people want to admit that they're addicted to their phones, and they talk shit about young people when they're actually addicted as well.
No, I see a lot of older people addicted, middle-aged women.
They're looking at their phone, and they're old fucking ladies.
Yeah, and you know what's bad? I see people that actually drive and have their phone You know, I said they could get pulled over. Over
And
here, they'll pull
they
you over.
deserve to get pulled over for that. Right?
They'll pull you right over.
I think they're more strict in New Jersey than they are in Florida.
If the cops see you,
The cops in Florida, man, you can get away with murder over here. I think. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. But they don't seem to really enforce a lot of things here.
My friend in Jacksonville, I think you met him, Mr. Clean.
Yeah, I met him. Yeah, what happened to him? He came on like one time, and that was it.
Yeah, I don't know. He asked me for my address. He says he came up for his daughter's wedding, and he wanted my address because him and his girlfriend wanted to come out and hang. And they never called. They never showed up. So, and that's all. I think he sent me a couple funny things, but that's it. No conversation. But he told me the people drive. You really have to pay attention. The people drive fucked up.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about Jacksonville. Like, so that's so far away from where I am. So far. You know.
Yeah. Well, you're in an area where a lot of wrestlers
Hulk Hogan
came from.
Hulk Hogan. You got Titus in Tampa Bay.
A lot of wrestlers. You know?
A lot of fucking. But the reason is because they used to have wrestling in Tampa. Tampa used to have.
That's right.
They used to have wrestling up until just recently. I think they just recently closed it.
They used to train people.
Florida, what was it called? Florida
Championship Wrestling.
FCW, yeah, Florida Championship.
Yeah, with Gordon.
And
with
they
Gordon
had all the WWE people down here, right?
Yeah, you had Eddie Graham was the promoter.
No. But I'm talking about years later. It was called FCW. It was the WWE's territory of like their up and comers before they had NXT.
Oh, you're talking about like for instance, Orlando has the Performance Center now.
Yeah.
And that used to be the WCW training school.
The Disney one, right? Yeah.
Right. Remember they had Nitro, Monday Night Nitro in Orlando?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, when Vince bought him out, he took over the Orlando part. But I'm talking about the territory of Florida Championship Wrestling at the Armory you showed me the building.
Yeah. That was the old one. Yeah.
Right. And then I think they started doing it at the Tampa Armory, where they did it at both. It was Gordon Soley. You know, that's where Dusty Rhodes became famous. That's when his gimmick in Tampa, where his gimmick, the American Dream, that's where he became famous.
Tampa?
The territory
and
of Florida.
Hulk Hogan grew up in Tampa. That was actually him seeing. That's what he said. He said him seeing Dusty Rhodes was what got him interested in become a wrestler.
Well, actually, I'm going to back up. What happened was Hogan used to work out at this gym in Tampa. It was probably a popular gym. Anyway,
with what was his name? His best friend, right?
Brutus Beefcake.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was using another name. Anyway,
they were always together. Him and Brutus Beefcake.
Yeah, they were always together, but they used like other names. So what happened was, I think Bruce Beefcake used the last name Golden, and Terry Boulder was Hulk Hogan before he became Hulk Hogan.
They were the Sterling brothers or something like that. The
something
Boulder
of that
brothers.
nature. The Boulder, right?
And
So
I
they
think
went
Hulk
to the
Hogan was Sterling Boulder. That was his name. Sterling Boulder.
Boulder.
Yeah.
Sterling Boulder. Yeah, not Terry Boulder. Anyway, they went to the gym, and this was before before Hogan even got into wrestling. He wasn't even trained for. He saw superstar
That was
Billy
in
Graham
Tampa,
working
right?
out. Yeah, superstar Billy Graham was in the area. He was booked to wrestle, so he was in the gym, working out, and he was mesmerized like everybody else was. And he asked him, how do you get into the business? I'm interested. He says, well, you're impressive. You're a big guy. I could introduce you to people that could train you. So at that time, there were the people that trained Hogan are the ones that ran the territory, Florida Championship Wrestling. And Hogan was kind of arrogant because he was like a natural. He's a big guy, so he had a cocky attitude. So this famous Japanese guy that was training students, actually beating them up.
He broke his leg.
I don't know if it was Hiro Matsuda or what, but he broke Hogan's leg on purpose because Hogan's attitude, And
Yeah,
but
I heard that story too.
Hogan didn't give up.
Yeah.
He kept at it.
So even though his leg was broke, he kept trying.
Yeah, he didn't quit.
Now, how could he keep going if his leg was broke?
Well, he was laid up first,
and then he came back.
Yeah, of course, you can't train.
Do you believe that story?
Huh?
Do you believe that story?
No. And you know why? Because they say Hogan was a big bullshit artist.
Mm-hmm.
That he lied all the time.
There's a story that he lies every single time he talks. Like he's incapable of actually telling the truth.
I believe that. You know who's pretty honest and straight up? I bet is when Ric Flair is interviewed.
Mm-hmm.
I believe, Ric Flair.
You don't think he lies?
Has never been accused.
Why do you think Hulk Hogan lies so much?
He's not very popular among a lot of wrestlers.
But he's popular among the fans, though.
Yeah, well, Vince Senior is the one who gave him the name.
With the sale with the WWE, there's no more Vince McMahon, right?
The
decisions, nothing.
No, UFC, the company that owns UFC.
I'm thinking maybe I don't want to watch anymore. I don't really want to watch it anymore because.
Well, you know what? It depends.
I told you, James, I hate it when they put those women on. These ugly women. They look like men, and they're wrestling each other. These women who look like men. And I can't stand to see that shit.
Yeah, it's not like the Divas. Remember the Divas?
No, it's not. It's totally different. And it's disturbing.
Well, it depends on who they hire to run the storylines.
But if Vince McMahon's not there, at least one good thing about him was he was serious about that subject.
Well, because he's from the business.
Right. Yeah.
You can't take corporate people that are not from the business and expect them to run a pro wrestling organization, promote. No, you got to hire people like, for instance, Tony Khan is a very rich, spoiled kid whose father owns the Jacksonville Jaguars football team. Tony Khan owns AEW. He probably looks at AEW like they're living action figures to him. You know, he doesn't know. He's a mark. He's a dorky, rich kid. He's not from the business. He doesn't know a damn thing about the business. At least hire people from the business. Like hire Vince Russo, Dutch Mantel, you know, people that know their shit. You know, like Vince Russo knows his shit. He's not working for anybody now because he spilled the beans. He told the truth about everything. He doesn't hold anything back. So he was blackballed. At least by the WWE, he was blackballed. But you know, he tells stories about behind the scenes, and actually, I put his podcast on the group.
So you like Vince Russo?
I was impressed when I heard him. You know what?
When
I'll
I was
put your name.
James, when I was a kid, he was the main writer for WCW.
No, he was the main writer for the WWE.
No, he was the main writer for WCW.
No, later.
Yeah, but I'm saying when I was a kid, that's what he was doing.
Right.
That's what brought the WCW down.
Yeah,
he
well,
was the writer for it.
He bucked heads with Vince. Vince fired him.
But he was really bad when he went to WCW. He just fucked up shit.
According to him on his podcast, he's totally innocent. You know how it is.
Yeah.
The people are full of
it's
shit.
just like kind of obvious. So you didn't actually watch it, right? You weren't watching at the time.
Oh no, I watched WCW and I thought it was stupid when they started having lingerie pillow fights in the middle of the ring.
That wasn't WCW. That was WWE.
What, the lingerie pillow fights?
Yeah, that was WWE.
Oh.
Remember Christy Hemme?
No.
Do you remember Maria Kanellis?
Yes. Yeah.
She took part in the pillow fights. Now she's in ROH.
And what about Terry Runnels? Remember Terry Runnels?
Oh man, yeah, she was so fucking hot. I think James, I think to tell you the truth, Terry Reynolds was like the first woman I ever had like a crush on. When I was just a kid, and I remember thinking every time she came out, I was like, wow, man.
You know, in the 1980s, I remember when Terry Runnels was on Georgia Championship Wrestling, or in Florida. She was like a valet, and she was dressed in a business suit.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen those clips.
She'd be walking around with like.
She had glasses on, right?
Yeah, she was dressed in a business suit. And but even you know how some women.
What was her name at that time?
I don't remember, but you know, if they're wearing a business suit that's fitted, it's tight, and they got the body to wear something like that. You know, it doesn't matter if they have a business suit on.
But James, she was always hot, like from the time she started.
And what about the girl? What did Vince call her? The one from.
She was always Dustin Reynolds' wife. That was his wife.
She was married to Dustin Rhodes.
Became Goldust. She was always his wife. How do you think he felt that this, like, he brought his actual real wife to be a part of the show?
It's never a good idea to do that, you know.
But I think when she was in WCW, that was actually before she was even with him. So they got together after that.
Oh. Now, do you remember the girl who used to have the world title with, you remember the Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling from, it was from the Riviera Hotel? All right, that was before your time. There was the girl was Tina Ferrari, and she went to the WWE, and they changed her name to, oh man, I don't know, the word winter was involved. Oh man, I gotta look it up on Google. You know, you can find everything there.
Yeah.
I can say, what wrestler did Tina Ferrari become in WWE?
Yeah. I'm probably
And
gonna get going to sleep too, man.
yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm
It's
tired.
getting late.
Yeah, I need to have something refreshing. I got some goat's milk with brewer's
It was good to
yeast.
see Michael Hilton, right?
Well, it
Hopefully he
was
doesn't
good.
fall off the wagon.
I hope he's. You know, concerned about him, but you know what? I can't be his babysitter.
Yeah, we can't babysit Michael, and we'll find out next time, right?
He's 3,000 miles away.
Yep.
So anyway, thank you, and thank Mick Von Raven and everybody, Daryl Messias, Tommy Carroll, Bart Robinson, Masumi, Western Mike, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Y'all come back now, yeah?